Chapter 529. Outside the Falling Star Martial School, Reverend Yi Ming released his power. His horrifying reverend aura exploded, bringing up rolling chi waves. "People of the Falling Star Martial School, get the hell out here!" Reverend Yi Ming yelled. The chi waves in front of him suddenly became more than 10 times more intense, as if they could topple mountains and seas. This voice could be heard clearly even from hundreds of miles away. However, there was no response from the Falling Star Martial School. Huh! After waiting for a couple of breaths, the Falling Star Martial School was still silent. Reverend Yi Ming snorted coldly, looking quite unhappy. He thought that the martial artists of the Falling Star Martial School were all hiding, but he didn't know that the Falling Star Martial School had already moved. It was a big deal for a martial school to move, and it was very complicated. Even if they were well prepared, it wouldn't be done in a day or two. Unless they had a profound realm flying spiritual item. However, the Falling Star Martial School was only a low-grade 1-star martial school. How could they have a profound realm flying spiritual item? Therefore, Reverend Yi Ming didn't even consider that the Falling Star Martial School had already moved. Hide? I am here, and you still dare to hide? I will destroy your sect protection formation. Let's see how you can hide then. Reverend Yi Ming yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already attacked. He threw out a punch. All of a sudden, the sky changed color, and the clouds started to surge. Chi flow poured down from the sky like a waterfall. There seemed to be endless power coming from the sky, making the power of Reverend Yi Ming's punch extremely horrifying. Astral-reaching realm warriors could sense the universe, and their attacks could draw the power of the universe. They were far more powerful than astral star realm warriors. Although half-step reverends could also draw the power of the universe, there were too few of them. They couldn't be compared to real reverends. Without exaggeration, even a casual attack from a normal 1-star reverend would be more powerful than a full-power attack from 10 half-step reverends. Boom! The fist aura shot out, attacking the Falling Star Martial School's formation like a small mountain. The air was compressed by the fist power, making an explosive sound. After Venerable Yi Ming threw out a punch, he relaxed and slowed down the circulation of the astral energy in his body. In his opinion, any LV3 formation would not be able to withstand his punch and would be destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the fist aura blasted onto the grand protective array of the Falling Stars sect. The Yin-Yang Golden Light Array was the first to appear. The Golden Light Array defended itself with golden light, but it was directly crushed by the fist aura. At the same time that the Yin-Yang Golden Light formation was shattered, the 9 serial killing formations were activated. In an instant, the 9 formations were activated simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. 9 explosions rang out as the 9 killing formations unleashed 9 attacks with a terrifying aura. These 9 attacks contained the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. When combined together, it was as if they had formed an even more terrifying formation that contained a peerless power. Bang! The gust of wind with the size of a hill, which was enough to kill a half-martial highness, was instantly shattered by the combined attacks of the 9 formations. At that instant, the 9 attacks tore through the air and landed in front of Yi Ming the Venerable. Reverend Yi Ming's eyes widened. His face was filled with astonishment and fear. The power of this formation? It was so horrifying that it could almost be compared with the weakest LV4 formation. However, how powerful was a LV4 formation? Even the weakest LV4 formation would be more than enough to kill a 1-star Venerable. How could this be? Reverend Yi Ming could not believe his eyes. These formations were only LV3 formations, but their power was close to LV4 formations. The counterattack of the 9 killing formations was way too fast. Even though Reverend Yi Ming was an astral-reaching realm Venerable, he could not dodge in time. All he could do was block. In a hurry, Reverend Yi Ming activated his astral energy. A beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows. He had used the star form. Moreover, endless chi flow poured down from the sky, drawing in a huge amount of universe power. All of the power formed a round shield around Reverend Yi Ming. After all, it was done in a hurry, and Reverend Yi Ming was not prepared enough. Although this shield was much more powerful than a half-step venerable, it was still not as powerful as his most powerful defense. Boom! A horrifying explosion sounded, shaking the sky and the earth. The power of the 9 formations was way too horrifying. 512 times the power of the formation exploded. It was like killing a god. Even if Reverend Yi Ming was in his most powerful defense, he would not be able to block out the power of this formation, not to mention right now. That round shield was shattered instantly. The attacks of the 9 formations landed on Reverend Yi Ming, who immediately let out a scream and backed out while puking out blood. While he was in the air, blood kept pouring out of his body, turning him into a bloody man. Reverend Yi Ming was blown 10 miles away by the power of the 9 formations. He landed on the ground, creating a huge hole in the ground. After breaking through to the astral reaching realm, the power of a martial artist's body would increase drastically. Reverends would be able to crush half-step venerables with their bodies alone. Because of this, Reverend Yi Ming was not turned into a cloud of blood mist by the power of the 9 formations. However, the injuries he suffered were also fatal. His internal organs were all shattered, his tendons and bones were all broken, and countless cracks had appeared on his skin. Not only did blood flow out from his mouth, it also flowed out from all over his body. Even though Reverend Yi Ming had an extremely powerful life force, he could not move anymore after he landed on the ground. This is Red Flame, Reverend's formation. Reverend Yi Ming opened his eyes wide. The light of life in his eyes gradually disappeared. He struggled to say a sentence and then breathed his last. More than 100 years ago, 2 one-star reverends from the Blue Dragon Empire had died at the hands of the Red Flame Reverend. However, they were not killed by him directly, but by his formation. The Red Flame Reverend's battle power was indeed powerful. However, he could only fight evenly with one-star reverends. He was not powerful enough to kill one-star reverends. However, his 9 serial killing formations could. 100 years ago, Reverend Yi Ming had not been born yet. However, as a reverend from the Blue Dragon Empire, he naturally knew about the matter of the Red Flame Reverend killing the 2 reverends from the Blue Dragon Empire. He had never expected that 100 years ago, 2 one-star reverends from the Blue Dragon Empire had died under the Red Flame Reverend's 9 serial killing formations. 100 years later, he had died under the same formation. A reverend, who was like a legend in the true Xian region, had come to a low-grade one-star sect to investigate something, and had died. This result was something that Reverend Yi Ming and Reverend Yuan Guang had never expected. However, these 9 killing formations were not controlled by anyone. If Reverend Yi Ming had been vigilant enough, he would have had time to escape when the 9 killing formations destroyed his fist aura. Unfortunately, he had let down his guard after throwing out a punch. Facing the attacks of the 9 killing formations, he had neither time to escape nor time to defend in his best state. Of course, he had been killed on the spot. Chapter 530. At the edge of the Green Feather region. The Barbaric Mountain Range was a huge mountain range that was several times larger than the Green Cloud Mountain Range. It stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. Just like the Green Cloud Mountain Range, the Barbaric Mountain Range was also the territory of the demonic beasts. Moreover, there were more demonic beasts here, and their levels were higher. Legend had it that in the deepest part of the Barbaric Mountain Range, there were even level 4 demonic beasts that were equivalent to supremacies. Of course, this was just a legend. No one knew if it was true or not. This was because even supremacies were unwilling to enter the deepest part of the Barbaric Mountain Range. Level 4 demonic beasts were called demon supremacies. They were extremely powerful and could change their form. For example, they could change their body size or become human and walk upright. However, demon supremacies could only transform into human form. Although they could walk upright in human form, the hair on their body would not recede, and their head would remain in the form of a beast. Only level 5 demon kings could completely transform into human form and be no different from humans. Regardless of whether there were level 4 demon supremacies in the barbaric mountain range, there were definitely many level 3 demonic beasts. Even level 3 high-tier demonic beasts that were equivalent to supremacies were not rare. Although many martial artists came to the barbaric mountain range to train and hunt demonic beasts, there were many places that were deserted. There were even some places that were deserted. The location of the falling star sect's migration was in a deserted area in the barbaric mountain range. Yi Xing wanted secrecy. Supremacy Qin, you did not have this condition and chose this place. According to the map given by Supremacy Qin Yu, Yi Xing and Wei Qinxian arrived at the new location of the falling star sect in less than 10 days. The speed of the mystic class flying spiritual weapon was much faster than the two of them. The martial artists of the Falling Star sect had already arrived a few days ago. After a few days, many wooden houses were built under a hidden cliff in this deserted area. There were also many stone rooms dug on the cliff. Martial artists were much faster than ordinary people when it came to construction. It did not take long for them to build all the necessary buildings and residences. Yi Xing did not stay idle. He set up formations around the new location of the Falling Star sect. Killing formations, defensive formations, illusory formations, and various other formations were essential. While Yi Xing was busy setting up the formations, the Emperor of the Blue Dragon Empire, Supremacy Yuan Guang, arrived at the Falling Star sect. 10 miles away from the Falling Star sect, Honorable Yuan Guang saw the corpse of Honorable Yi Ming. The Tsang Dragon Empire only had 7 martial highnesses. The death of any one of them would be a great loss, resulting in the decline of the empire's strength. Honorable Yuan Guang was enraged by Honorable Yi Ming's death. The furious Honorable Yuan Guang destroyed all of the Falling Star sect's formations. A 2-star honorable was much stronger than a 1-star honorable. Honorable Qi Yan's 9 formation chain was also unable to stop a 2-star honorable. An insignificant disciple of an inferior 1-star sect, who merely obtained the inheritance of that old bastard Scarlet Flame, actually dared to slaughter so many experts of my Azure Dragon Empire, and cripple my beloved son's martial arts. Yi Xing, you deserve to die. Your sins are unforgivable. I'm going to exterminate your entire clan. Looking at the empty Falling Star sect, Honorable Yuan Guang roared furiously. Honorable Qi Yan's burial ground also had 9 formation chain. The level 3 formation grandmaster who broke the formation had killed a team of martial artists from the Azure Dragon Empire, and crippled 9th Prince Long Zhao's martial arts. Now that Honorable Yuan Guang had seen Honorable Qi Yan's 9 formation chain in the Falling Star sect, how could he not know that Yi Xing was the level 3 formation grandmaster who had crippled his son's martial arts? After the Falling Star sect moved, Honorable Yuan Guang went to the Falling Star country to gather information. However, no one knew where the Falling Star sect had moved to. He only heard that Yi Xing's family was located in the Azure Sky city of the Purple Mountain County. Honorable Yuan Guang's anger was then transferred to the Ye family. In the end, when Honorable Yuan Guang arrived at the Azure Sky city, the Ye family was also gone. They had also moved. The furious Honorable Yuan Guang went to the Azure Sky region to search for Yi Xing and the Falling Star sect. He didn't find any news in the Azure Sky region, so he searched within the Truxian region, but he still didn't find any news. However, it wasn't that he didn't find any news. Honorable Yuan Guang found out that Yi Xing had become a student of the Blood Edge Empire's academy. Yi Xing, my Azure Dragon Empire will not live under the same sky as you. Even if you are a student of the Blood Edge Empire's Academy, you will still die. Honorable Yuan Guang's anger burned and his killing intent soared. As the Emperor of the Azure Dragon Empire, Honorable Yuan Guang obviously couldn't leave the Empire for too long. After returning to the Azure Dragon Empire, Honorable Yuan Guang gave the mission of hunting down Yi Xing to his brother, Long Yuanji. Honorable Yuanji, one of the two-star honorables of the Azure Dragon Empire, left the Azure Dragon Empire and headed to the Blood Edge Empire. No matter where the Falling Star sect had moved to, Yi Xing was a student of the Blood Edge Empire's Academy. There would be a day when he would return to the Blood Edge Empire's Academy. Azure Feather Region, Barbaric Mountain Range, Falling Star Sect. After a month of construction, the martial artists' residences had been completed. Yi Xing had also finished setting up the array. The Falling Star sect had been settled, and it was time to return to the Blood Edge Empire's Academy. After leaving this time, Yi Xing wouldn't return for a while. Therefore, Yi Xing handed a large amount of resources to Gu Tianshang and Hua Tianfeng for safekeeping. For example, the elixirs he had bought in the Blood Edge Empire, the herbs he had obtained in the Divine Continent's secret realm, the corpse jade he had obtained in the Sky Corpse mountain range, and some grade 3 array materials. He only kept the grade 12 spiritual grade corpse jade for future breakthroughs. As for the grade 11 spiritual grade corpse jade, Yi Xing had already consumed it and raised his cultivation to the late 6th level of the astral realm. With these resources, the Falling Star sect wouldn't have to worry about rapid development in the next few years. When the day came for Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian to leave, Wu Yu, Gu Tianshang, Hua Tianfeng, Lin Tongyu, and the others all sent Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian off. Senior sister, Jingyue, really doesn't want to see me? Yi Xing asked Lin Tongyu in the Falling Star sect's newly built administrative building. Lin Tongyu said, "You know that she doesn't dare to see you in her current state. She doesn't want you to see her." Yi Xing sighed and said, "Help me tell her that I'll definitely find a heavenly treasure that can prolong her life and cure her." Lin Tongyu nodded. "Wu Yu, Master, Uncle Tianshang, I'm leaving. Take care." Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian left. Everyone watched Yi Xing's back disappear from their sight before retracting their gazes. Gu Tianshang raised his hand and patted Lin Tongyu's shoulder. "Dan Yu, Yi Xing's future is limitless. Only Miss Zixian can accompany him on his path of martial art. Calm down." Lin Tongyu's eyes welled up with tears as she nodded silently. "That Miss Jingyue, what's going on?" Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian flew side by side. Wei Qingxian asked. Yi Xing recounted the past of the Falling Star sect, which made Wei Qingxian sigh. Wei Qingxian looked at Yi Xing and said, "I will also help you find a treasure that can prolong your life." Yi Xing smiled and nodded. Chapter 531. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian first arrived at the capital of the Qingyu Empire and met with Honorable Chen Yu. After asking him for some help, they used the teleportation array in the Qingyu city and arrived at the border of the Qingyu Empire. Then, the two of them flew to the capital of the Tianlang Empire and used the level 4 teleportation array to teleport to the capital of the Xuefeng Empire. In less than half a month, the two of them arrived at the Xuefeng Empire Academy in the middle of the 3rd month. It took less than a day to travel from the Xuefeng Empire to the Falling Star sect, but it took more than 10 days to return. This showed how convenient the teleportation array was. "Humph, this kid is finally back. I have my eyes on you. The next time you leave the academy, it will be the time of your death." Honorable Yuanji was hiding outside the Xuefeng Empire Academy as he watched Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian enter the academy. The Xuefeng Empire Academy was located in the Xuefeng Empire. Even if Honorable Yuanji was given 100 guts, he would not dare to kill a student of the Xuefeng Empire Academy in the Xuefeng Empire. He could only wait for an opportunity. As long as Yi Xing left the academy, he would secretly follow him and have a chance to kill him. Yi Xing, my cultivation has just broken through to the 7th stage of the astral realm, and I need to consolidate it. I plan to cultivate in the cultivation tower for a while to consolidate my cultivation. How about you? Do you want to cultivate with me? Wei Qingxian asked after entering the academy. My cultivation has already been consolidated and I need more experience. Let's do some missions to gain merit points and try to learn 2 supreme spiritual martial arts before the end of the year. Yi Xing said after thinking for a while. All right then. Be careful when doing missions. Wei Qingxian said as she looked at Yi Xing with a smile. The two of them separated. Wei Qingxian went to the cultivation tower, while Yi Xing went to the mission hall. In the mission hall, Yi Xing accepted a mission to kill the rapist Yi Xingkong. Yi Xingkong's introduction was written in the mission description. Yi Xingkong, Astral Star Realm Stage 8, a traitor of the Black Raven Empire Academy. He was born in the royal family of the Black Raven Empire, but he was expelled from the royal family of the Black Raven Empire for raping and killing the students of the Black Raven Academy. Since then, Yi Xingkong had been roaming around the lower-rank empires and various lower regions, raping and killing female warriors for fun. In just 2 years, he had raped and killed more than 260 female warriors. Yi Xingkong's movement technique was outstanding. His whereabouts were mysterious, and he was cunning. Furthermore, he was proficient in the art of disguise. The reward for killing him was 1,000 merit points. Yi Xingkong's latest crime was in the South region's South Continent city. If a martial artist above Venerable 9-star appears, this person will immediately flee and disappear without a trace. The person who accepts the mission must have a cultivation base lower than the 9th level of the Astral Star Realm. Most of the missions would only reward a few hundred contribution points, but this mission was worth 1,000 contribution points. It was obvious that this Yi Xingkong had committed too many crimes, which made him annoying. Since he was doing missions, of course Yi Xing would choose the one with the highest reward. With 5 missions like this, he would be able to choose a supreme quality spiritual martial art to learn. Yi Xing rested in the academy for a night and set out to kill Yi Xingkong the next day. As soon as he left the Blood Edge Academy, Honorable Yuan secretly followed him. However, Yi Xing did not leave the Blood Edge Empire. Instead, he went to the teleportation hall. The South region was located in the south of the East continent. It was very far from the Blood Edge Empire, and was not much closer than the True Xian region. Therefore, Yi Xing had to use the teleportation formation to reach there directly. After paying the teleportation formation fee and confirming the direction and distance, Yi Xing was teleported to the South region in the blink of an eye. Flapping his flame wings, Yi Xing's speed was extremely fast. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. The teleportation formation was used for long-distance teleportation. Every time it was used, it had to wait for 15 minutes before it could be used again. After 15 minutes, Honorable Yuanji was also teleported to the South region. However, Yi Xing was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, where the hell did I teleport to? Honorable Yuanji was teleported directly through the teleportation formation that Yi Xing had adjusted, so he did not know where the destination was. Soon, Honorable Yuanji found a martial artist and asked around. Only then did he know that this was the South region. The South region is so vast. Where exactly is this kid going? If I look for him, it will be like looking for a needle in the sea. He must have something to do here. After finishing his business, he will go back. He must use the teleportation formation to go back. I will go to the South Sky City and wait for this kid to walk into the trap. Honorable Yuanji thought for a while, and then went to the South Sky City. In the South region, only the South Sky City had the teleportation formation. After 2 hours, Yi Xing arrived at the South Region City. The South Region City was also one of the big cities in the South region. There was one superior one-star family and two intermediate one-star families in the city. During the day, Yi Xing naturally could not find any information about Yi Xingkong's mission. This person was proficient in disguise. Even if Yi Xing knew him, he could not find him. However, Yi Xing believed that as long as Yi Xingkong was still in the South Region city, he would definitely commit another crime. He found an inn and booked a good room. During the day, Yi Xing gathered information in the restaurant on the first floor of the inn. At night, Yi Xing went out and went to the top of the South Star Tower, the tallest building in the city. He looked into the distance and observed the surroundings. Every time a suspicious person appeared, Yi Xing would use the dark force to hide his figure and secretly track him to see what he was going to do. On the first and second night, Yi Xing tracked a few suspicious people, but none of them were Yi Xingkong. On the third night, a black-clothed man attracted Yi Xing's attention. This black-clothed man came out from the Lin family, one of the two intermediate one-star families in the South Region city. He was even carrying a blanket. In the middle of the night, he would definitely not carry the blanket and run around. There must be a woman in the blanket. The woman's identity must not be ordinary. Soon, the Lin mansion was filled with torches. Dozens of middle-level perfected masters rushed out from all directions to track the murderer. However, the black-clothed man was very fast. He blended into the night and soon disappeared. Those middle-level perfected masters did not notice him. However, he could not escape from Yi Xing's pursuit. The dark force enveloped Yi Xing, and Yi Xing blended into the night. Even an honorable would have a hard time discovering him. Naturally, the black-clothed man did not know that someone was following him. The black-clothed man carried the blanket and soon arrived at a remote courtyard. He entered the room and threw the blanket on the bed. Indeed, there was a beautiful girl in the blanket. The girl's eyes were filled with fear. However, she could not speak or move. Her acupoints were sealed. The black-clothed man took off his mask. He looked like a young man in his 20s. His face was pale. Hee. The black-clothed man looked at the girl on the bed and laughed. Little beauty, don't be afraid now. Yi Xingkong will make you feel so good that you want to die. After you are done, I will cut you into pieces. It won't be too late for you to be afraid then. Ha ha. This man was indeed Yi Xingkong. Yi Xingkong finished speaking and was about to take off the girl's clothes. At this moment, a voice came from outside the room. Yi Xingkong, I finally found you. End of the 4th update. The Archer God did not make any progress on the monthly votes list. He was still very far behind. Brothers, do you still have any monthly votes? Tomorrow will be another 50 monthly votes. Please support me with monthly votes. Please also give me a free recommendation. Thank you. Chapter 532. Yi Xingkong's hair stood on end and he was shocked. He had always been cautious. Although he had committed crimes many times, he would immediately run away and find another place to commit crimes whenever a venerable 9-star or above appeared nearby. Therefore, although he had been hunted many times over the past 2 years, he had always managed to escape. However, this time, someone had tracked him to his residence without him noticing. This was the first time. In Yi Xingkong's opinion, if the person wasn't a venerable, how could they track him without him noticing? However, when did a venerable come to South Continent City? It shouldn't be. Countless thoughts flashed through Yi Xingkong's mind at that moment as he stared at the door with vigilance. Bang! The door was blasted open by Yi Xing. Yi Xingkong immediately wanted to break the window and escape, but the moment he saw Yi Xing, he forcefully stopped that thought. The person who had blasted open the door was a young man younger than him. Moreover, his aura wasn't that strong. He wasn't a venerable at all, but a young martial artist. Yi Xingkong's courage was boosted when he saw that the person wasn't that scary. He stared at Yi Xing and asked, "Who are you?" Yi Xing also stared at him and said, "Yi Xing from Blood Blade Academy, the person who's going to kill you." Yi Xingkong sensed Yi Xing's aura and sneered. A venerable 6 stars dares to kill me, Yi Xingkong. How dare you? In the past 2 years, I've killed several people like you who don't know what's good for them. Kill me? I think you're here to die. Seeing that Yi Xing was alone and was only a venerable 6 stars, Yi Xingkong didn't take him seriously at all. Although Yi Xing's tracking technique was amazing, it was just a tracking technique. How strong could a venerable 6 stars be? Even if he could challenge those of a higher level, he wouldn't be that strong. As he spoke, Yi Xingkong's aura became more violent and stronger. His hands were covered with a layer of black flames, and the temperature of the air around him rose rapidly. Yi Xingkong laughed and said, "Since your surname is Yi, I'll leave your corpse intact." Who? As he spoke, Yi Xing's figure flashed and appeared in the courtyard. Then, he struck his palm toward Yi Xing Black Crow Academy's Supreme Class Spiritual Martial Art, Black Flame Palm. The wind from the palm hit his face, and a wave of heat hit him. The crackling sound of burning fire could be heard in the air. It could be seen how hot this palm was. Yi Xingkong's palm strike could even kill a venerable 7 star, let alone a 6 star venerable. Yi Xing was indifferent in the face of this terrifying palm. He did not dodge or evade. He only used the strength of his physical body to push his palm forward. There was an explosion in the void. Yi Xing's pushing force was too strong, and his speed was too fast. The air was compressed and exploded, instantly colliding with Yi Xingkong's palm. The Dark Star Spirit Body was a part of the Divine Level Body refining technique. It was not only powerful in terms of strength, but also greatly enhanced the strength of the body, making the body as tough as a precious weapon. After the Dark Star Spirit Body was completed, Yi Xing's physical body was almost as tough as an upper-grade spiritual weapon. Therefore, Yi Xing did not use the burning flame gloves at all. He just used his palm to fight. Spiritual weapons that were not of the highest grade were useless against Yi Xing. Bang! Yi Xing's palm and Yi Xingkong's black fire palm collided, and there was an explosion. Yi Xing did not even take half a step back, but Yi Xingkong was instantly sent flying. There was another explosion. Yi Xingkong's body crashed into the wall of the house, and a part of it collapsed. When the two palms collided, a layer of dark light appeared on Yi Xing's palm. The force of the opponent's palm entered Yi Xing's body and quickly disappeared. Darkness had the effect of devouring and absorbing. The Dark Star Spirit Body was not only powerful and sturdy, but also had the ability to absorb the force of the enemy's attack. This kind of absorption did not absorb the enemy's force for one's own use. Instead, it dissolved the enemy's force into nothingness, greatly increasing one's physical body's endurance and defense. Yi Xingkong could not believe that he, an 8-star Venerable Master, was sent flying by a 6-star Venerable Master. Whoosh! A ray of starlight shot up to the sky. Yi Xingkong instantly used his astrology, and a blazing astrology floated in the sky. Die! Yi Xingkong shouted angrily. The black flames on his palms became more intense. Using astrology, his strength doubled. Whoosh whoosh, Yi Xingkong rushed up again and struck out with his palms. A terrifying heat wave surged out, and its power was shocking. "That's all you got," Yi Xing said calmly. He was still using his physical strength to fight against his opponent. Every time he struck out with his palms, the air would explode. It contained a terrifying power that could shake the heavens and earth. Bang 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 bang, bang! Yi Xing stood still while Yi Xingkong attacked him from all directions. Their palms collided with each other at an extremely fast speed, and a loud sound could be heard. Yi Xing's physical strength was too strong. Even though Yi Xingkong used his astrology, Yi Xing was not at a disadvantage. After exchanging more than 10 moves, Yi Xingkong became more and more surprised. This 6-star Venerable's physical body was too strong. Suddenly, Yi Xing clenched his fist and activated his astral energy. He threw out a flaming fist and used the flaming astral fist. Combining his physical strength with astral energy and martial arts, Yi Xing's strength increased by another level. In an instant, the tie was broken, and Yi Xingkong was forced to retreat. Whoosh! Yi Xing used the flaming astrology. It was an extreme flaming astrology, which was one level higher than Yi Xingkong's astrology. This caused Yi Xing's strength to increase even more. Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. Yi Xing used his ultimate move. The flaming astral energy fell, and his fist was extremely terrifying. Bang! With a loud explosion, the fist and palm collided. Yi Xingkong was sent flying again, and he spat out blood. He was injured. Yi Xing took a big step forward and continued to attack. He threw out another punch. Kill him while he's down. Do you really think I'm only an 8-star venerable? You're digging your own grave. Yi Xingkong, who was sent flying, roared angrily. His aura increased again. His aura increased by 1 level, and he became a 9-star venerable. It turned out that Yi Xingkong had used a secret technique to suppress his cultivation. The 9th level of the astral star realm was his true cultivation level. Bang! Yi Xingkong's strength increased, and he threw out a palm. Yi Xing's fist was blocked, and Yi Xingkong was forced to take a few steps back. The 9-star venerable was too strong. Yi Xing was no match for him. However, his physical body was strong, and his dark astral energy could dissolve Yi Xingkong's palm energy. It was easy for Yi Xingkong to push him back, but difficult to injure him. Die for me. Yi Xingkong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He unleashed his full strength and threw out another 2 palms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Yi Xing activated the flaming shield formation flag and blocked Yi Xingkong's attack. He smiled and said, "You've hidden your strength well. However, the 9-star venerable is nothing to me." Level 3 Array Grandmaster? Yi Xingkong exclaimed. He was shocked and could not believe it. Brothers, you don't have a monthly vote, but you can vote for me for free. Thank you. Chapter 533. A 6-star perfected being whose physical strength was stronger than an 8-star perfected being was already very freakish. Yet, he was also a level 3 formation grandmaster. How was he supposed to survive? Ever since Yi Xingkong was expelled from the royal family of the Black Crow Empire, he knew that he had lost his backer. He could only rely on himself if he wanted to survive. Therefore, Yi Xingkong had always been very cautious. After he broke through to level 9 astral star realm, he used a secret technique to suppress his cultivation to level 8 astral star realm so that others would not know his true cultivation. He purposely learned the art of disguise and constantly changed his appearance when he was outside. This way, people would only know who he was when he was committing a crime. He always paid attention to his surroundings. If there was any trouble, he would run away. He even had to avoid opponents of the same level to avoid risk. That was the exact reason why he never failed, even though he had committed more than 200 crimes over the past 2 years. This was because his targets were all targets that he could afford to offend. Once a Venerable One or a half-step Venerable One investigated him, he would always disappear without a trace. But today, he had taken a tumble. He did not expect a 6 stars enlightened master to have such terrifying strength. Moreover, Yi Xingkong was so young, but he was a level 3 array grandmaster. Whoosh 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 whoosh! Yi Xingkong activated the flame shield array to block Yi Xingkong's attack. Then, he immediately activated the azure wood sword array. The array flags were placed in 4 directions. They were about 3 meters long and shone brightly. Streaks of azure wood sword chi were shot out. Damn it! Yi Xingkong cursed. If Yi Xingkong only had defensive array flags, he could only protect himself. However, Yi Xingkong had offensive array flags. If he continued to fight, Yi Xingkong would definitely die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Yi Xingkong's figure suddenly split into 3, like 3 rays of light, shooting in 3 different directions. 2 of the figures were hit by the azure wood sword array and disappeared without a trace. The other figure instantly rushed out of the range of the azure wood sword array. A supreme-grade flying spiritual device appeared behind him, and he quickly flew away. Yi Xingkong's comprehension of the grand force of wind had reached an extremely profound level. His speed was very fast, even faster than other cultivators of the same level. Yi Xing didn't give chase. Instead, he raised his hand and the Big Dipper bow appeared in his hand. He instantly drew the bow into a full moon. The 7 gems emitted starlight and condensed into a starlight arrow, locking onto Yi Xingkong, who was flying in the sky. Whoosh! The starlight arrow pierced through the air and shot out 20 miles in the blink of an eye. Yi Xingkong, who was flying, was pierced through the heart by the arrow and fell from the sky. When the Big Dipper bow was pulled into a full moon, it had the power to kill venerable 9 stars. Yi Xingkong was flying with all his might. He didn't expect Yi Xing to be an expert in archery. His heart was pierced through, and he died. Before Yi Xing landed on the ground, Yi Xing had already flown over and caught him. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. It had already alerted all the cultivators in the South Continent City, especially the Lin family's cultivators, who had already rushed over. Yi Xing led the Lin family's cultivators into the house. The young girl captured by Yi Xingkong was saved. The Lin family's cultivators thanked Yi Xing profusely. After confirming Yi Xingkong's death, Yi Xing took his storage ring and handed the corpse to the Lin family. When he killed Yi Xingkong, he had recorded it with a recording formation. This was the proof of his killing. The next day, Yi Xing left the South Continent City and headed towards the South Sky City. There was a teleportation formation there, which could save him a lot of time. At noon, Yi Xing arrived at the South Sky City. "Little brat, you really came." In the South Sky City, on a certain tall building, Honorable Yuanji opened his martial Dao heavenly eye and scanned the surroundings. He saw Yi Xing from afar. After astral-reaching realm cultivators connected with the universe, they could open their martial Dao heavenly eye, which was located between their eyebrows and had the ability to see far. The martial Dao heavenly eye of honorable realm cultivators could see from 100 to 100 li. Yi Xing's azure cloud eyes had already been cultivated to an extremely high level. Even so, he could only see 100 li or so. For honorable realm cultivators, this was a huge advantage. But for honorable realm cultivators, it was nothing. Yi Xing hadn't even entered the South Sky City when he felt a horrifying aura locking onto him. This made his expression change, and he stopped moving forward. Looking into the distance, he looked in the direction of that horrifying aura. He saw an expert treading on the void above the South Sky City. Treading on the void, it was a honorable realm cultivator. Yi Xing was startled. How could a honorable realm cultivator lock onto him with an aura and reveal killing intent? Yi Xing didn't know who this honorable realm cultivator was, but he could feel the danger. Without thinking, he turned around and fled. The flame wings were replaced by the azure cloud wings. Yi Xing used the momentum of the wind to increase his speed to the limit. He was like a ray of light streaking across the sky. However, Honorable Yuanji, who was behind him, was even faster. Honorable Yuanji walked in the air. He communicated with the universe of heaven and earth. His body was like a molecule of heaven and earth, and the air was like land. In fact, the airflow under his feet formed flowing clouds, increasing his speed. Not long after, Honorable Yuanji had already caught up to Yi Xing for a few li. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed at Yi Xing rip. A huge astral hand grabbed out, tearing through the air. In the blink of an eye, it grabbed several li and arrived behind Yi Xing. This palm was the size of a small mountain. When its 5 fingers opened, it was dozens of feet wide. Compared to this huge hand, Yi Xing's figure was like a small insect under a normal palm. The 5 fingers of the huge hand bent and grabbed fiercely. The palm was still behind Yi Xing, but the fingertips were already in front of Yi Xing. It was like a cage. As the 5 fingers closed in, the space in the palm became smaller and smaller. Although Yi Xing was moving forward rapidly, the speed of the palm was not slower than Yi Xing's. Under this grab, Yi Xing would not be able to dodge. He would definitely be caught by this astral hand. Faster! I need to be faster! At this critical moment, Yi Xing's essence, energy, and spirit were raised to the limit. He circulated the astral energy and controlled the azure cloud wings to flap rapidly. The momentum of the wind was also used to the limit, increasing his speed to an even faster level. Faster! Yi Xing roared in his heart. Whoosh! Just as the 5 fingers closed in and were about to grab completely, Yi Xing's speed suddenly increased by a notch. Yi Xing's small figure shot out from the gap between the 5 fingers the moment the 5 fingers closed. Boom! The 5 fingers of the astral hand grabbed together. The air in the space in the palm was squeezed and exploded, making a loud noise. Whoosh! Yi Xing let out a long breath, thinking that it was a close call. Fortunately, at the last moment, his comprehension of the momentum of the wind had finally broken through to the great success stage of the momentum. Only then did he suddenly increase his speed and escape the grasp of the astral hand. At this point, Yi Xing's wind, fire, and darkness forces had all reached the great success stage. Chapter 534. Yi Xing had escaped from Honorable Yuanji's grasp, and his wind momentum had reached the realm of being one with the world. However, Yi Xing did not feel happy. The difference between a perfected being and a venerable was too great. He was still in danger. That was indeed the case. Even though Yi Xing's speed had increased due to the breakthrough of the wind momentum, Honorable Yuanji, who was behind him, was only slightly surprised. He was still confident in chasing after Yi Xing. Kid, your speed is indeed incomparably fast among perfected beings. No one can compare to you. However, you're still far from being comparable to me. Honorable Yuanji shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura became even more terrifying. A venerable's speed was related to the strength of the stars, the strength of the universe, the wind momentum, and the attainment of lightness techniques, and so on. Once a venerable unleashed his speed to the limit, his speed would be extremely terrifying. Under Honorable Yuanji's feet, the flowing clouds flew like a ray of light across the sky. His speed gradually increased, and the distance between him and Yi Xing gradually shrank. Not long after, the distance between the two of them was reduced to less than 5 kilometers. Kid, let's see how you're going to escape this time. Honorable Yuanji snorted coldly. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed at Yi Xing. In an instant, a large hand of stars tore through the air and grabbed at Yi Xing's back. Yi Xing's heart tightened. This time, he had already unleashed his speed to the limit. No matter what, he could not increase his speed again. There was no way he could dodge this grab. The only way was to forcefully break the palm print behind him. The flame astral projection instantly rushed out from between Yi Xing's brows. The supreme-grade spirit weapon, the Dragon Blood Spear, instantly appeared in Yi Xing's hand. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing used the ultimate move of the Solar Flame Spear technique and turned around to stab behind him. Just as Yi Xing turned around, a look of shock flashed across his eyes. He saw a palm print the size of a small mountain coming towards him. However, in the distant sky, there was an even bigger palm descending from the sky. If the hand that was grabbing at Yi Xing was like a small mountain, then the hand that was descending from the sky was like a giant mountain. When that huge hand opened up, it truly blotted out the sky. Not only was this enormous hand larger than exalted Yuanji's astral hand, its speed was also much faster. Seeing that Yi Xing was about to be grabbed by his astral hand, the corners of Honorable Yuanji's lips curled up slightly. However, before he could feel the joy in his heart, all the hair on his body stood up as he sensed a fatal danger. The sky suddenly darkened. Honorable Yuanji raised his head and saw a gigantic palm descending from the sky. This huge hand covered an area of several miles, blotting out the sky and the sun. Naturally, the light in the void below was dimmed. This is... Honorable Yuanji's heart was filled with fear. What kind of powerhouse would be able to pull out such a huge astral hand? The person who attacked was at least 10 times stronger than him. No, more than 100 times stronger. Honorable Yuanji did not have time to guess the owner of this astral hand at all. The speed at which it was descending was unbelievably fast. The moment he saw the astral hand, he felt an immense pain at the same time. His surroundings turned into darkness as the astral hand grabbed him. The immense pain came so quickly and violently that Honorable Yuanji did not even have time to think. His body was crushed into a ball, and he was directly crushed to death by the astral hand. Until his death, he did not know who the owner of this astral hand was. He did not have time to guess why this astral hand wanted to kill him. In just a moment of shock, he had lost his life. With Honorable Yuanji dead, the astral hand that was grabbing at Yixing naturally dissipated. It did not even touch Yixing's spear, which showed how fast Honorable Yuanji died. The hand that crushed Honorable Yuanji to death retracted into the void and disappeared. The Black Biao King's voice sounded in Yixing's ear, "Brother Yi, the danger has been eliminated. You can go back without worry." Yixing felt relieved. No wonder the astral hand was so powerful and could kill Honorable Yuanji in an instant. It was the Black Biao King who attacked. Of course, the only king that Yixing knew was the Black Biao King. The king who saved him was of course the Black Biao King. The Black Biao King indeed valued Yixing, the demon star in troubled times. Ever since Yixing participated in the second genius selection, he had been secretly guarding him. After all, Yixing's identity had already been suspected by the Great Yuan dynasty. Although the Black Biao King believed that the Great Yuan dynasty would definitely make a move after the third genius selection, he still had to be prepared. What if the Great Yuan dynasty secretly killed all the suspects before the third genius selection competition? Of course, the Black Biao King would secretly guard Yixing. The Blue Dragon Empire only had 2 2-star honorables. Sending one of them to kill Yixing should have been an easy task. Who would have thought that Yixing had a king secretly guarding him? In the end, he had sent himself to death. To the Blue Dragon Empire, this was a heavy blow. The death of Honorable Yuanji was a much greater loss than the death of Honorable Yiming. Soon, Yixing returned to the South Continent city. Using the transportation formation, he was transported to the border of the South Sky region. Then, he hurried to the nearest middle-class empire. Most of the middle-class empires had completed Level 4 transportation formations that could quickly return to the Blood Edge Empire. 10 days later, Yixing returned to the academy and handed in the mission. He had received 1,000 merit points. Learning a supreme rank spiritual martial art required 5,000 merit points. He also had to continue doing some academy missions. However, 1,000 merit point mission was relatively rare. It was not easy to find one. Most of the missions were only a few hundred merit points. Yixing's strength was already at the top of the enlightened masters. Every time, he would choose the missions with the most merit points. After spending more than a month, he finally collected 5,000 merit points. Heading to the Blood Edge Palace, Yixing used 5,000 merit points to exchange for a supreme rank spiritual martial art, Wind Shadow Spear Art. The Wind Shadow Spear Art was related to both wind and darkness attribute. Yixing's Wind Force and Darkness Force had reached the major success stage of Force, reaching the realm of one with the heavens. Therefore, cultivating the Wind Shadow Spear Art would be twice the result with half the effort. After exchanging for the Wind Shadow Spear Art, Yixing was not in a hurry to do the Academy's missions. Instead, he practiced martial arts until he mastered the Wind Shadow Spear Art. Yixing's Flaming Dipper Fist and Sunfire Spear Art were both at the transformation stage. Yi Xing had to at least reach the stage of great success for the Wind Shadow Spear Art's power to be on par with the Flaming Dipper Fist and Sunfire Spear Art. If he could reach the perfection stage, his power would be even higher than the Flaming Dipper Fist and Sunfire Spear Art. Yi Xing first practiced using the Super Brain. Then, he practiced his spear in the academy's backyard deep in the mountains. His improvement was godly. In less than half a month, Yi Xing's Wind Shadow Spear Art had reached the limit of great success and was close to the perfection stage. Chapter 535. Yi Xing planned to cultivate his Wind Shadow Spear Arts to perfection in one go, increasing his strength a bit more. Just like the previous 10 days, Yi Xing woke up early in the morning and headed for the mountains. Yi Xing had just left when he was stopped by Wei Qingxian. "You came out of the cultivation tower." Yi Xing stopped and saw Wei Qingxian. His mood inexplicably improved a lot. "Yeah, I've already consolidated my cultivation to peak 7th layer. There's no need to continue cultivating in the cultivation tower. I've come out to explore. Who knows, maybe I'll break through one day." Wei Qingxian faintly smiled and walked in front of Yi Xing. "Yi Xing, why are you going out so early?" "I've already exchanged for an extreme grade spirit martial art. I'm planning to cultivate in the backyard. I came out of the cultivation tower and passed by the mission palace. The academy has issued a big mission. I think we should go," Wei Qingxian said. "What mission?" "Enter the ancient ruins to find the Eternity Flower. Hand over one Eternity Flower to the academy and you'll get 5,000 merit points." "Such a high reward?" Yi Xing was astonished. "The Eternity Flower can help people communicate with the universe. It has a great effect on half-step venerable breaking through to venerable or venerable. It's incomparably precious. Of course, it's worth such a high reward." Wei Qingxian clearly knew more than Yi Xing. The Eternity Flower is an extremely rare and exotic flower. There are very few places in the Star Continent that can produce it. The Ancient Ruins is the only place in the East Divine Continent that can produce it. Every year, the Eternity Flower will bloom in the 6th and 8th month. Ancient Ruins? Yi Xing had heard of this place before and said, "I heard that there are restrictions in the Ancient Ruins. Once a warrior above the astral reaching realm enters, the restrictions will be activated. Only warriors below the astral reaching realm can enter." "That's right. Therefore, even though the Eternity Flower is precious, venerables and kings cannot enter the Ancient Ruins. Cultivators who are too weak cannot survive in the Ancient Ruins," Wei Qingxian said. "Only saint-level martial artists have the qualifications to search for the Eternity Flower. When martial artists enter the Ancient Ruins, they enter in teams. I think the two of us will be enough." "All right, let's go together." Yi Xing nodded. "When are we leaving?" It was too difficult to earn merit points by doing other missions. Even though Yi Xing was powerful and chose the missions with the highest merit points, he still spent more than a month to earn enough merit points to learn an extreme grade spirit martial art. As for the Eternity Flower, as long as one could find one, they would be rewarded with 5,000 merit points. Yi Xing naturally had to go. Moreover, the Eternity Flower was so precious. It was useful for breaking through to the venerable realm. It would be good for him to find more and keep them. The day after tomorrow, it will be June. Let's leave now. It will take some time on the road," Wei Qingxian said. There was no need to go to the mission hall to find the Eternity Flower. As long as one could find the Eternity Flower and hand it over to the academy, they would be rewarded with 5,000 merit points. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian directly left the Blood Edge Academy. To be exact, the Ancient Ruins were not located in the East Divine Continent, but in the ocean west of the East Divine Continent. The Star Continent was not a single entity, but a collective name for many continents. These continents were all surrounded by oceans, and their surface areas varied. Among them, there were 5 continents that were larger than 10 million li. There was one in each direction and one in the center. Moreover, the center continent was the largest, which was the Middle Sky continent. The other 4 continents were the East Divine continent, the South continent, the West He continent, and the North Nether continent. The East Divine continent and the Middle Sky continent were separated by a vast ocean, tens of millions of li away. There were incomparably powerful demonic beasts in the ocean. If one did not use transmission arrays, it would be very difficult for cultivators to travel between the East Divine continent and the Middle Sky continent. It was the same for the other 4 continents. This was the reason why the Great Yuan dynasty had great control over the Middle Sky continent, but not the other 4 continents. Other than the 5 large continents, the other continents were relatively small. They were like islands, densely packed together. The larger ones were tens of thousands of li wide, and the smaller ones were only the tip of the ocean. The ancient ruins was one of the larger continents, about 2 million li away from the East Divine continent. Compared to the tens of millions of li from the Middle Sky continent, 2 million li was naturally very close. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian bought some necessities in the Blood Edge Empire. Through the large success Grade 4 transmission array, they confirmed their location. The furthest they could be teleported was 10 million li in the blink of an eye. It was no longer land under their feet, but a vast ocean. The wings of the supreme grade flying spirit artifacts spread, and the 2 floated in the air. There was nothing but ocean around them. There was no land in sight. The waves in the ocean came wave after wave, never stopping. The ocean feels so good. Yi Xing enjoyed the sea breeze and waves. He was in a good mood. Let's go this way. Wei Qingxian took out a map and confirmed their location. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 patted the supreme grade flying spirit artifact and flew across the sky like 2 streaks of light. The place where they were at was not far from the ancient ruins. It was only a little more than a day's journey. As the 2 of them continued to advance, it did not take long for them to see land. One island after another streaked past their feet. In the evening, the 2 arrived at a relatively large island called East Ruins Island. East Ruins Island was located in the eastern part of the ancient ruins. It was only tens of thousands of li away. If an esteemed master had a supreme-grade flying spirit artifact, it would only take 2 to 4 hours to travel tens of thousands of li. It was a very short distance. East Ruins Island was one of the 3 places one had to pass through on their way to the primordial ruins from the East Divine continent. As more and more martial practitioners came and went, they gathered together and naturally formed a market. As time passed, some people even settled down on East Ruins Island. The 2 found an inn on East Ruins Island and rested for the night. They would depart the next day and enter the ancient ruins. Rest early, Yi Xing. You too. The 2 booked a room each. After chatting for a while in Yi Xing's room, Wei Qingxian returned to her room. There are ancient demon beasts in the ancient ruins. They are as strong as the geniuses of the human race who can fight above their level. Moreover, the danger in the antiquity ruins doesn't only come from the antiquity demonic beasts. There must be a lot of martial artists who have entered the antiquity ruins to search for the eternity flower. These martial artists are at least sages, and many of them are top astral realm experts. It's hard to fathom a person's heart. It's inconvenient for me to expose my trump cards in certain situations. Therefore, I need to improve my own strength. Yi Xing sat quietly in his room and thought carefully. Then, he raised his hand and the 12th grade spirit grade corpse jade appeared in his hand. My cultivation has stabilized to the limit of the 6th level of the astral realm. If I absorb this corpse jade, it'll be enough for me to break through to the 7th level. Yi Xing held the corpse jade in his hand and circulated the spirit grade supreme grade falling star art to absorb and cultivate. Chapter 536. A 12th grade spirit grade corpse jade was even useful for exalted 9 stars. Yi Xing was now a 6 stars enlightened master. Although his astral body was powerful, and his requirements for the grade of the corpse jade were much higher than those of the same level, it was only comparable to an 8 stars enlightened master. This piece of corpse jade was obviously enough for him to make a breakthrough. Yi Xing channeled the falling star incantation, and his black hole stellar vortex spun at the same time, creating a suction force to absorb the star energy in the corpse jade. Yi Xing's absorption speed of the corpse jade was much faster than when he was a 3 or 4 stars enlightened master. In just one night, Yi Xing had absorbed almost half of the 12th grade spirit grade corpse jade, and his cultivation had naturally broken through to the 7th level of the astral body realm. The remaining half of the corpse jade could help him consolidate his cultivation at the 7th level of the astral body realm. Yi Xing put away this half of the corpse jade. The star energy in the corpse jade was extremely pure, especially the 12th grade spirit grade corpse jade. It was incomparably pure and of high quality. He wasn't like Wei Qingxian, who could make a breakthrough naturally. There were more or less obstacles in every realm. When his cultivation reached the peak of the 7th level of the astral body realm, this half of the corpse jade might be useful for him to break through to the 8th level of the astral body realm. Compared to using it now, it was obviously more useful for him to break through to the 8th level of the astral body realm. The next day, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian continued their journey to the ancient ruins. June, July, and August were the months when the eternity flower bloomed. Every year at this time, many high-level astral body enlightened masters would enter the ancient ruins to search for the eternity flower. These enlightened masters came from various 2-star forces in the East Divine Continent. Some even came from the Middle Sky Continent. June was the next day, and it was the peak time for martial practitioners to enter the ancient ruins. The East Ruins Island was one of the 3 places that the East Divine Continent had to pass through to reach the ancient ruins. Therefore, many martial practitioners who were heading to the ancient ruins spent the night at the East Ruins Island. Yesterday evening, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had just arrived at East Ruins Island. After that, they found an inn to stay in, so they didn't sense too many foreign martial practitioners. However, when the duo set off from East Ruins Island, they saw group after group of martial practitioners heading towards the ancient ruins from East Ruins Island. The smaller teams had 3 to 5 people, while the larger ones had 7 to 8 people. There was at least one venerable 9-star in each team. In comparison, Yi Xing's and Wei Qingxuan's teams were very thin. There were only 2 of them, and both of them were only venerated 7 stars. In the eyes of some people, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were 2 fat sheep. There were tens of thousands of kilometers between East Ruins Island and the ancient ruins. 3 great pirate forces occupied this area: Green Dragon Island, West Waterfort, and the Sea Shark Gang. The martial practitioners heading to the ancient ruins were at least in the astral realm. The fact that these 3 pirate forces were able to survive near the ancient ruins meant that they were powerful, and they had at least one venerable 9-star. The number 1 pirate force, Green Dragon Island, even had 2 venerable 9 stars. The sea between East Ruins Island and the ancient ruins wasn't small, and the 3 pirate forces had divided it into 3 regions. Each of them controlled a region and minded their own business. When Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian left East Ruins Island, the route they took was under the Sea Shark Gang's control. They were targeted by the Sea Shark Gang since a long time ago. Ow! Elwo! Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were about 5,000 kilometers away from East Ruins Island when a series of shouts suddenly came from ahead. Suddenly, dozens of people rushed out from one of the islands toward Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. These martial artists were all Taoist masters of the astral realm. There were early, middle, and high levels of the astral realm. The one with the highest cultivation was a burly man at the 9th level of the astral realm. In addition, there was an 8-star venerable master and 2 7-star venerable masters. There were a total of 4 venerable masters. It was the Sea Shark Gang's men. They had long known about Yi Xing's route through their informants and had planned to intercept them. Soon, the Sea Shark Gang's warriors stood in a line in front of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. "Congratulations, faction leader. This little girl is so beautiful, she's like a fairy. Faction leader is in luck, haha." An 8-star venerable master glanced at Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian and said to the Sea Shark Gang's leader with a chuckle. The Sea Shark Gang's leader ignored Yi Xing and was completely captivated by Wei Qingxian. He chuckled and said, "Qiu Gang, Nangong Ping, the 2 of you go and kill that kid. Capture this little girl alive." "Yes, faction leader." The 2 8-star venerable masters shouted in unison. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian exchanged a glance and smiled. There was no panic in their eyes. The 8-star venerable master named Qiu Gang charged toward Yi Xing and yelled, "Kid, you're a 7-star venerable master at such a young age. You must be a young genius from a high-rank empire. I love killing geniuses like you." Yi Xing smiled and a pair of supreme-grade spiritual weapon gloves appeared on his hands. He had obtained them from Yi Xing Kong. The weapon he used to attack Qiu Gang was a supreme-grade spiritual weapon saber. He did not use Star Gang when he faced Yi Xing. Instead, the saber aura expanded and split the air in half. In an instant, it was right in front of Yi Xing. Yi Xing was not interested in fighting with pirates for a long time. He only wanted to kill them. Whoosh! Yi Xing instantly used the fire astrology and unleashed his full strength. He performed the Flame Gang Fist and punched out Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. The saber aura was shattered by Yi Xing's punch. However, Yi Xing's punch did not slow down and landed on Qiu Gang's chest. Bang! Qiu Gang's body was torn into pieces. Blood splattered across the sky. He had been killed by Yi Xing's punch. On the other side, 8-star venerable master Nangong Ping was also fighting with Wei Qingxian. Nangong Ping was much more cautious than Qiu Gang. He used his astrology as soon as he attacked. Nangong Ping's sword was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had slashed out countless times. His sword aura was like a stream of light that attacked Wei Qingxian from different directions. Fluttering snow palm. Wei Qingxian struck out with her palm. Snow and cold wind blew in all directions. The seawater below was instantly frozen and spread in all directions. The sword aura that was as fast as a stream of light was frozen by the extreme cold and slowed down greatly. Wei Qingxian danced in the snow. She moved and dodged all the sword aura attacks. Nangong Ping was shocked. He was about to use a more powerful ultimate move when the sound of Qiu Gang being killed by Yi Xing shocked him. He glanced at Qiu Gang's miserable state and was scared out of his wits. At this moment, an icicle on the frozen surface of the sea suddenly enlarged and shot toward the sky like a sharp sword. At the same time, Wei Qingxian struck with her palms. Icy palm prints whistled toward Nangong Ping. Nangong Ping was shocked. He swung his sword twice to block the 2 icy palm prints. However, he did not notice the icicle that suddenly shot up from below. A shrill scream rang in the air. The icicle pierced between Nangong Ping's legs and came out from the top of his head. He was killed instantly as well. Chapter 537. In the blink of an eye, 2 8-star venerables had died at the hands of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. The warriors of the Sea Shark Gang gawked and dropped their jaws in fright. They could accept the fact that a young genius from a high-rank empire had the strength to challenge someone of a higher rank, but killing an 8-star venerables in 1 or 2 moves was unbelievable. If it weren't for the gang leader, the 9-star venerables, the pirates would have fled long ago. Even Sea Shark Gang's gang leader couldn't help but sigh inwardly. There were millions of young martial practitioners, and there were plenty of geniuses among them. Geniuses who could kill someone of a higher rank were extremely rare. However, he had encountered 2 of them at the same time. Moreover, they had managed to kill someone of a higher rank in 1 or 2 moves. Sea Shark Gang's gang leader naturally had some ability to become the leader of a group of pirates and survive in the sea between East Ruins Island and the ancient ruins. If he had to face either Yi Xing or Wei Qingxian, he wouldn't be afraid with his cultivation at the 9th level of the astral realm. However, it would be a little troublesome to face both of them at the same time. He wasn't confident. "Boss, what should we do?" A 7-star venerable shouted, his voice trembling slightly. Sea Shark Gang's rationality told him to turn and run, but as the leader of the pirates, he wouldn't be able to maintain his dignity if he was scared out of his wits. Suppressing the thought of turning and running, Sea Shark Gang glared at Yi Xing and shouted, "Kid, you're only a 7-star venerables. Brat, you're only at the 7th stage of the astral star realm, but you have the strength to kill an 8-star venerable master. It seems like you're a reputable person. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" Sea Shark Gang was wary of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian teaming up, but he was still confident in a one-on-one fight. As for the Sea Shark Gang members, Sea Shark Gang didn't take their strength into account at all. They might be able to deal with an ordinary 7-star venerables, but they were useless against an expert who could kill an 8-star venerables. One-on-one? Yi Xing smiled faintly and flew forward. The dragon blood spear appeared in his hand and he said, "It's enough to kill you. Bring it on." Wei Qingxian believed in Yi Xing's strength. She retracted her astral avatar and stood quietly in the void. She had no intention of making a move. Seeing this, gang leader Sea Sharks harumphed coldly and barked, "Shameless boasting! Your daddy here isn't called gang leader Sea Sharks for nothing." Whoosh! Gang leader Sea Shark immediately used his astrology and a supreme-grade spiritual weapon appeared in his hand. His power burst to the limit as he slashed down at Yi Xing. Yi Xing lightly snorted, the dragon blood spear in his hand piercing towards the astral saber. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing thrusted out countless spears. Each spear was as fast as lightning, shooting into the sky like a stream of light. Superb spiritual martial art, wind shadow spear technique. This was a spear art that pursued extreme speed. Yi Xing's wind shadow spear art was only half a step away from perfection. The speed of the spear was so fast that it was shocking. That terrifying astral saber was instantly shattered by Yi Xing. The tip of the spear flashed with countless cold light as it pierced towards gang leader Sea Shark's body. Although Yi Xing only had one spear in his hand, in gang leader Sea Shark's eyes, there were countless spear shadows. He was shocked and quickly retreated while brandishing his saber to block. He couldn't even see Yi Xing's spear speed clearly. How could gang leader Sea Shark not understand that his strength was far inferior to Yi Xing's? Ding 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 ding, crisp sounds rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, dozens of explosions rang out. Puff! An arrow of blood shot out, accompanied by a miserable cry. Gang leader Sea Shark's body flew back, a large hole pierced through his throat. Yi Xing's spear speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, gang leader Sea Shark had blocked dozens of spears. However, he was still a little slow. Yi Xing's spear pierced through his throat and he died. Blood spurted out from gang leader Sea Shark's throat as his body fell into the sea. Seeing this, the gang leader Sea Shark's martial artists screamed and fled in terror. It's not easy to cultivate to the sage realm. Yet, you chose to become a pirate. You're committing a crime. Die. Yi Xing's voice was cold. He didn't intend to let these pirates go and chased after them. Even if the 9-star and 8-star venerables of Sea Shark were dead and they couldn't survive in this sea region, with their strength, if they returned to the East Divine Continent and continued to be pirates, it would be a disaster for any lower region. It was fine if he didn't encounter such people. However, now that he encountered them, Yi Xing wouldn't be merciful. Yi Xing's speed was incredibly fast. With a flash of his spear, 2 7-star venerables were killed and fell into the sea. The rest of the pirates begged for mercy while fleeing in different directions. Yi Xing chased after them in one direction, while Wei Qingxian chased after them in the other. Not long after, all the pirates were killed by Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. Apart from a few members of Sea Shark Gang, the rest had died in the battle. The Sea Shark Gang only existed in name. This sea region was the Sea Shark Gang's territory. Since the Sea Shark Gang was eliminated, the rest of the journey was unhindered. An hour later, the two arrived at the ancient ruins. Compared to other islands, the ancient ruins was like a piece of land that stretched as far as the eye could see. Some supremacies had once measured the area of the ancient ruins along the sea region surrounding it. It was said that it was close to 1,000,000 kilometers in length and width. With such a vast area and the inability to fly in the ancient ruins, no warrior had ever explored the entire ancient ruins. They only knew that it was a ruin left behind from the ancient era. The buildings inside were from the ancient era. The fey beasts inside were from the ancient era. There were also ancient era array formations and restrictions. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian landed on a beach in the ancient ruins and walked forward. They could no longer fly here. There were no footprints on the beach. Clearly, no one had entered from here. Although there were many warriors who entered the ancient ruins in search of the Aeon Extreme Flower, the ancient ruins were truly vast. It spanned 1,000,000 li and the coastline was millions of li long. Very few teams entered from the same spot. Furthermore, no matter how many warriors entered the ancient ruins, it was like throwing a stone into the sea. They wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. Not long after entering the ancient ruins, Yi Xing acutely sensed that the surrounding void was slightly different from the outside. It was as if the entire space was enveloped by a force field. However, Yi Xing could only sense it. He couldn't sense the strength of the force field or the actual nature of the mission. This should be the ancient era array formation that stopped martial highnesses and kings. This array formation was too advanced. Yi Xing could only sense it, but he couldn't tell what it was exactly. Martial highnesses and kings communicated with the universe and had their own force field. Once they entered the ancient ruins, they would activate the array formation. Or, if a half-step martial highness used the power of the universe in the ancient ruins, they would also activate the array formation. Once a half-step martial highness made a move, they would instinctively channel the power of the stars. Therefore, even though half-step martial highnesses could enter the ancient ruins, no half-step martial highnesses entered. My headache is acting up today. I'm also a little dizzy from looking at the computer. I can only update twice. I'll make up for the 4th update tomorrow. I'll add more monthly updates the day after tomorrow. It's Monday today. Please give me a recommendation ticket. Chapter 538. The deeper they ventured into the ancient ruins, the darker the sky became. Everywhere they looked was dilapidated and desolate. The mountains were broken, and the ground was riddled with ravines. If there were any buildings, they were even more dilapidated. This made one wonder if the ancient ruins had been a battlefield in ancient times, and if there had been an earth-shattering battle. However, if it had been a battlefield, it shouldn't have been too big. But the ancient ruins were over 1,000,000 li in radius, and it was said that such a situation was everywhere. If it had been a battlefield, then the area was a little too vast. The star continent has existed for who knows how long. Even the kings only have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Who knows how long the past has been lost in the long river of time. Yi Xing muttered. Even the civilization on Earth had been around for thousands of years, and the star continent was many times larger than Earth. It had existed for countless years, and its civilization must have been much longer. Time is a cultivator's greatest enemy. Even if a true god can live for tens of thousands of years, once their lifespan is up, they will still die. Wei Qingxian sighed. Yi Xing was surprised that Wei Qingxian also knew about true gods. However, when he thought about how close Wei Qingxian was to Dark Star Sex Queen Lan Qin, Yi Xing felt relieved. The two of them walked in the ancient ruins, crossing over broken mountain peaks and shattered lands. Occasionally, they would encounter ancient demonic beasts. Since the two of them were powerful, they were able to kill them. Since venerables and kings couldn't enter the ancient ruins, level 4 and level 5 demonic beasts naturally couldn't survive. As for level 3 demonic beasts, no matter how strong they were, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian could handle them. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed since the two entered the ancient ruins. The Ian Extreme flower was indeed rare. After several days, the two still couldn't find a single Ian Extreme flower. Moreover, the ancient ruins were in ruins. Even if there were ancient buildings, they were in ruins. The two didn't find any treasures either. Over the past few days, he had encountered quite a number of ancient demonic beasts. If it wasn't for the Eternity Flower, it wouldn't have been worth entering the ancient ruins. On the 6th day, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian ran into big trouble. They were trapped in the valley by a pack of demon wolves. Ancient demonic beast, Howling Moon Demon Wolf. This pack of Howling Moon Demon Wolves were all adults. Some were mid-rank 3 demonic beasts, some were high-rank 3 demonic beasts. There was not a single early-rank 3 demonic beast. The most powerful Wolf King had a cultivation level equivalent to a 9-star venerable. However, ancient demonic beasts were powerful and could fight above their level. The Howling Moon Wolf King's strength was comparable to a half-venerable. Apart from the Howling Moon Wolf King, there were also more than 100 Howling Moon Wolves that were equivalent to 7-star venerables and 8-star venerables. Hundreds of Howling Moon demonic wolves were scattered around the valley, surrounding Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. The situation was extremely dangerous. Yi Xing took out his supreme-grade spiritual weapon, the Dragon Blood Spear, while Wei Qingxian also took out her supreme-grade spiritual weapon, the Icicle Sword, which emitted a chilling aura. From what Yi Xing had seen, Wei Qingxian had always been using the fluttering snow palm to fight. This was the first time she had taken out her sword. It was obvious that her sword techniques were more powerful than her palm technique. Both of them knew that the situation was dangerous. While taking out their supreme-grade spiritual weapons, they also used their astrology. The fire astrology and ice astrology hung high in the sky. Ice and fire reflected each other's brilliance. Both of them looked at each other and saw the seriousness and excitement in each other's eyes. That's right, it was excitement. When the two of them worked together, the ancient demonic beasts they encountered in the ancient ruins were no match for them. Although it was dangerous this time, they could still have a good battle. This was a true battle of life and death. It was even more intense and exciting than the battle in the dark astral pagoda. Awoo, on the peak of a nearby mountain, the Howling Moon Wolf King howled and gave the order to attack. Whoosh 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 whoosh, from all directions, Howling Moonwolves charged over one after another. Their movements were like the wind and their speed was extremely fast. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian moved at the same time. Wind Shadow Spear Art. Yi Xing thrust out the Dragon Blood Spear in his hand. Numerous spear shadows shot out like a shooting star. Regardless of whether it was a group attack or a solo attack, the Wind Shadow Spear Art was very useful. When the speed of the spear reached a certain level, the enemy would be killed one by one. Puff 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 puff. As the Dragon Blood Spear thrust and retracted, more than 10 Howling Moon Wolves fell to the ground like dumplings. Their throats were pierced with a large hole. Ice Congealing Sword Art. Fluttering Snow Palm. Wei Qingxian was multitasking. She held the icicle sword in her right hand and executed the Ice Congealing Sword Art. With a swing of the sword, an icy sword beam shot out dozens of feet. The Howling Moon Wolves along the way were all turned into ice sculptures and fell to the ground. With a palm strike from her left hand, snowflakes drifted down. Icy chi spread out in all directions. Within 100-meter radius, everything was covered in a layer of frost. The cold chi was extremely oppressive. All the Howling Moon Wolves that were within 100-meter radius of the two stepped into the frost area. They were affected by the cold qi and their speed slowed down. When the two worked together, their coordination was flawless. The howling moon wolves were slowed down, while Yi Xing's spear was as fast as a shooting star. As one side decreased and the other increased, Yi Xing's killing power became even more terrifying. Wherever the astral spear passed, the howling moon wolves died even faster. Around Yi Xing, the howling moon wolves' corpses fell one after another. Every howling moon wolf that fell to the ground had a large hole in their throat. They were all killed by Yi Xing's spear. However, most of the howling moon wolves that died were mid-rank 3. These howling moon wolves' strength was only equivalent to a 5 or 6-star sage. The strongest among them was only equivalent to a 7-star sage. Naturally, they could not block Yi Xing's fast spear. However, the high-rank 3 howling moon wolves' strength was equivalent to an 8 or 9-star sage. If it was a one-on-one battle, Yi Xing could easily kill a high-rank 3 howling moon wolf. However, when there were many of them, Yi Xing's attacks were scattered and it was difficult to kill one of them. Wei Qingxuan's ice condensation sword was the same. Killing a high-rank 3 howling moon wolf was as easy as flipping her hand. The moment the astral sword touched it, it would die and turn it into an ice sculpture. However, the high-rank 3 howling moon wolves were only covered in a layer of frost and did not die. With a shake of their bodies, they shook off the frost. Bang bang bang, as some of the howling moon wolves died, a series of crisp sounds could be heard. Yi Xing could clearly feel the rebounding force from the spear tip. This was the collision between the high-rank 3 howling moon wolves and the dragon blood spear. The howling moon wolves that were equivalent to an 8-star sage were still fine. After being affected by Wei Qingxuan's ice-cold qi, their speed was reduced and Yi Xing could still kill a few of them. However, the howling moon wolves that were equivalent to a 9-star sage were not affected by the ice-cold qi. Yi Xing's attacks were scattered and could not threaten them. Awoo! The howling moon wolf king howled and more high-rank 3 howling moon wolves charged forward. The pressure on Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian instantly multiplied. So, a ray of starlight shot into the sky and the surroundings suddenly turned dark. Yi Xing had used the black hole astrology. A requesting recommendation votes. Chapter 539. In front of Wei Qingxian, Yi Xing did not consider revealing his trump card. Moreover, there were too many high-rank 3 howling moon demon wolves surrounding them, the two of them could not fend them off. Yi Xing had no choice but to use his trump card. A huge black hole vortex was floating in the air, pushing the two extreme-grade astrology, the flame astrology and the ice astrology, aside. Wei Qingxian did not have Yi Xing's attacking gaze and was not enveloped by the darkness. However, the surrounding howling moon wolves had all fallen into a world of darkness. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Yi Xing displayed his wind shadow spear art. His spear was as fast as a stream of light as it pierced in different directions. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding howling moon wolves fell like rain. Tens of them were pierced by Yi Xing's spear and fell to the ground, dead. Many of them were high-rank 3 howling moon demon wolves. In the world of darkness, Yi Xing's senses were more than 10 times sharper. He could clearly see all the changes around him. No matter how many howling moon demon wolves attacked at the same time, Yi Xing was clear about their attack trajectories and where their vital points were. As for the howling moon demon wolf, it had sunk into a world of darkness and lost track of Yi Xing. At this moment, Yi Xing only needed to thrust out his spear. His spear art was fast and powerful, and the howling moon demon wolf would react according to the sound of the spear being thrust out. There was no way it could dodge or block in time. Naturally, it would be pierced by the spear and die. Wei Qingxuan's damage had also increased significantly. She wasn't affected by the black hole astrology. Although her senses weren't enhanced like Yi Xing's in the world of darkness, the howling moon wolves around her were blinded. Their reaction speed had decreased, and the number of wolves that died under Wei Qingxuan's sword naturally increased. Wei Qingxian glanced at the black hole astrology in the sky. She seemed to be deep in thought as she looked at the howling moon wolves around her, whose reactions had slowed down. Kill! Yixing shouted loudly. Taking advantage of the howling moon demon wolves' shock due to the darkness, he executed the wind shadow spear art faster and faster, continuously killing. If this continued, even if most of the remaining howling moon demon wolves were high-tier rank 3 demonic beasts with strength equivalent to 8 or 9-star venerables, they would not be able to withstand Yixing's massacre. Roar! The howling moon wolf king let out a long howl. This time, his howl was filled with rage. He charged down from the peak of the mountain and personally attacked Yixing. The howling moon wolf king's eyes shone with 2 dim lights. These 2 dim lights gave him the ability to see in the dark. The howling moon demon wolf originally possessed the ability to see in the dark. However, the dark world created by the black hole astrology was much darker than the night, causing the howling moon demon wolf to lose its vision. However, the howling moon wolf king's eyesight was much stronger than an ordinary howling moon demon wolf. Even under the black hole astrology, he could still see Yixing clearly. One by one, Yixing killed the howling moon demon wolves. Yixing was in the mood to kill, but suddenly, his hair stood on end as he felt a sense of danger. Yixing was aware of everything that was happening around him. Naturally, he knew that the howling moon wolf king was coming for him. Hence, he focused his attention on the howling moon wolf king. Boom! When the howling moon wolf king was about 100 meters away from Yixing, it suddenly opened its mouth. A beam of moonlight shot out from the howling moon wolf king's mouth. The moonlight beam was like a sword aura that instantly shot towards Yixing. It was equivalent to an attack from a half-step to honorable realm. It was extremely terrifying. Afterimage footwork. Yixing's body split up in an instant, leaving many afterimages. Under the black hole astrology, the afterimage footwork was even faster, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. With the afterimage footwork at the perfection stage and the integration of heaven and man's wind momentum, Yixing's speed was not inferior to an ordinary supremacy's. Naturally, he dodged the howling moon wolf king's attack. Whoosh! Some of the afterimages were hit by the howling moon demon wolves or the wolf king and turned into nothingness. Some of the afterimages merged together and Yixing's figure appeared. He stabbed his spear towards the howling moon wolf king. The howling moon wolf king's reaction was extremely fast. It instantly locked onto Yixing's figure and opened its mouth to spit out another beam of light. Yixing did not dare to fight it head-on. He used the afterimage footwork and withdrew his spear to dodge. The spear aura that he stabbed out was shattered by the beam of light. While moving, Yixing did not forget to attack and kill the howling moon demon wolves beside him. He was fast and his spear was even faster. Other than the howling moon wolf king, the rest of the howling moon demon wolves could not fight back against Yixing's spear. Even the howling moon demon wolves that were as strong as venerable 9 stars were no exception. In the world of darkness, they could not dodge Yixing's spear aura. The howling moon wolf king roared angrily. It leaped forward and charged towards Yixing. Its speed was at its maximum. Its wolf claws tore through mountains and cracked rocks as it chased after Yixing. Yixing fought and retreated at the same time. He was constantly moving quickly. The speed of the afterimage footwork was at its maximum. His hands were also constantly using the wind shadow spear technique. In an instant, the entire valley was filled with the shadows of Yixing's spear. His figure. As for Wei Qingxian, she had already retreated out of the valley. Yixing and the howling moon wolf king's attacks were too fast. She could not interfere at all. Awoo! The howling moon wolf king roared angrily. At that moment, it was the only one left among the hundreds of howling moon demon wolves. Its voice was filled with grief and anger. It would not rest until it killed Yixing. Although the valley was filled with Yixing's figure and spear aura, the howling moon wolf king still had the upper hand. The Howling Moon Wolf King was very strong. It had been taking the initiative to chase after the Howling Moon Wolf King. On the other hand, Yi Xing was constantly dodging and finding the time to counterattack. It's still too slow. The speed of the spear needs to be faster. As long as it reaches a certain level, I will definitely be able to kill the Howling Moon Wolf King before it can react. Yi Xing thought to himself. The Wind Shadow Spear technique was executed faster and faster in his hands. His understanding of the Wind Shadow Spear technique was getting deeper and deeper. The Wind Shadow Spear technique was only one step away from the Great Circle Realm. Now that Yi Xing was engaged in an intense battle of life and death, this last step was getting closer and closer. Faster! Yi Xing shouted in his heart. Finally, after countless spear strikes, Yi Xing had finally crossed the last bit of distance. Yi Xing's Wind Shadow Spear technique had a qualitative breakthrough and reached the Great Circle Realm. The Great Circle Realm represented that a martial art had been cultivated to its peak. For ordinary warriors, no matter how long they cultivated, they would only be able to reach this realm. Above that was the extremely mysterious transformative realm. Only martial artists with exceedingly high perception could possibly reach this realm. Whoosh! After reaching the Great Circle Realm, the speed of the Wind Shadow Spear technique suddenly increased by a level. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing had stabbed nearly 100 times with his spear. Ding 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 ding, crisp sounds rang out continuously. Yi Xing's spear stabbed at the same spot every time. Even though the Howling Moon Wolf King had the strength of a half-step martial saint, it was unable to block the continuous stabs of over 100 spear strikes at the same time. After blocking over 70 spears, the Howling Moon Wolf King's defense was finally torn apart by the dragon tip. The following 10 spears all stabbed into the Howling Moon Wolf King's body. A large hole appeared in its chest and its heart was pierced. The Howling Moon Wolf King died. Chapter 540. After killing the Howling Moon Wolf King, Yi Xing retracted his astrology and panted heavily. The battle had taken a toll on him, especially the battle with the Howling Moon Wolf King, which had consumed a great amount of his energy. If not for the fact that his Wind Shadow Spear art had reached the perfect realm, Yi Xing would have had no choice but to flee. The battle with the Howling Moon Wolves in the Dark Astral Pagoda was different. In the end, the Dark Astral Pagoda was an illusion array. Yi Xing knew that he would not die inside. Even if he fought with all his might, the thought that he would not die was already there and could not be changed. In the battle with the Howling Moon Wolves, Yi Xing did not think that he would not die. He only thought that if he lost, he would be eaten clean by the Howling Moon Wolf. This thought drove him to fight with all his might and to perform better than usual, stimulating his potential. Comparing the two, the battle with the Howling Moon Wolves had clearly benefited him more. Moreover, it had greatly sharpened his will and raised his mental strength. Yi Xing. Wei Qingxian came to Yi Xing's side and said in surprise, "You actually killed the Howling Moon Wolf King. I thought we would have to run. My ice condensation sword art is also at the perfect realm, but my strength is far from the Howling Moon Wolf King's." They had the same cultivation and martial arts attainments, but Wei Qingxuan's strength was not as good as Yi Xing's. She knew her own limits. Yi Xing's senses were enhanced by more than 10 times under the black hole astrology. He could clearly sense his surroundings. This was an advantage that Wei Qingxian did not have. Therefore, Yi Xing could kill enemies who were much stronger than him under the black hole astrology, but Wei Qingxian could not. Yi Xing sat down on the ground and said, "I also borrowed the power of the astrology. Otherwise, our true strength should be about the same. I've comprehended something in the battle earlier, and I'll need some time to digest it. Can you stand guard for me?" Wei Qingxian nodded, "Okay." Yi Xing's comprehension was naturally the comprehension of heart force. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to break through to the 6th level of heart force. The 5th level of heart power was already beyond the astral reaching realm, and could be compared to the most ordinary reverends. The sixth level of heart power was a level that was hard to reach even among the reverends. If his heart power broke through to the sixth layer, not only would his cultivation of martial arts become easier, but his attainments in archery would increase as well. He would be able to reach the heart's 6 transformations, which would be beyond the astral reaching realm. If Yi Xing could cultivate a top-grade spirit-level archery skill to perfection, how powerful would his arrows be when combined with his attainments in archery with the heart's 6 transformations? Yi Xing was certain that even a venerable one would have to retreat under such arrows as their lives would be in danger. The battle just now had greatly increased Yi Xing's mental power. After 2 hours, Yi Xing had completely grasped this comprehension, and his heart force broke through to the 6th level. With such a high comprehension of heart force, coupled with Yi Xing's heaven-defying perception, it wouldn't be hard for him to cultivate a top-grade spirit-level martial art to the perfection realm. The Howling Moon Wolf Pack was the most dangerous demonic beast in the ancient ruins. Facing such a pack, even a team of 10 9-star venerables would lose their lives. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had even exterminated the Howling Moon Wolf Pack. In the ancient ruins, there were basically no ancient demonic beasts that could threaten them. However, the Eternity Flower was truly hard to find. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had killed quite a few ancient demonic beasts, but after 10 days, they still hadn't found a single Eternity Flower. Since the Eternity Flower was so hard to find, it was no wonder that it was so valuable. The Eternity Flower's attribute is extreme yin, but it also contains a bit of extreme yang. Ordinary yin lands lack yang qi. Only extreme yin lands are accompanied by extreme yang, where the Eternity Flower can grow. The center of the ancient ruins is a land of extreme yin. When we get there, we'll definitely be able to find the Eternity Flower. Wei Qingxian saw that Yi Xing was somewhat disappointed and said so. You know quite a bit about the Eternity Flower. Yi Xing glanced at Wei Qingxian. With me here, we'll definitely be able to find many Eternity Flowers. Wei Qingxuan's expression was filled with confidence. When we get to the center, you'll know. It was impossible to fly in the ancient ruins. Furthermore, the ancient ruins were very large. It would take a month or so to reach the central area. However, luck came at a whim. A few days later, when they were still more than halfway to the center, the two found 2 Eternity Flowers in a valley filled with yin qi. In this valley, there was an ancient monster beast whose strength was comparable to venerable 9 stars, guarding it. Naturally, Yi Xing and Li Qingxian killed it without much effort. I thought that we would only be able to find the Eternity Flower in the center, but I didn't expect to find 2 already. It seems that our luck is not bad. Wei Qingxian smiled and picked the 2 Eternity Flowers, giving one to Yi Xing. This is not a land of extreme yin, but there is a yin gathering spring in the valley. This spring is equivalent to a land of extreme yin. No wonder there are Eternity Flowers here, Yi Xing said. In the Heavenly Corpse mountain range, he had also seen the yin gathering spring. Moreover, there were 2 springs. One was the burial ground of Venerable Red Flame and his son. However, the corpse qi in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range was too heavy, so there were no Eternity Flowers growing there. The 2 put the Eternity Flowers into their storage rings and were about to leave when a voice suddenly came from outside the valley. It's another Eternity Flower growing point. Every time a Eternity Flower blooms, 2 Eternity Flowers will grow here. In other places there is only 1 Eternity Flower growing here, but here there are 2. This is truly a treasure trove. Inside the valley, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian glanced at each other. They had been in the ancient ruins for half a month and had not encountered a single person. They had not expected that just after harvesting 2 Eternity Flowers today, they would encounter other cultivators. Listening to their conversation, it seemed that they had a map of the ancient ruins and knew where the Eternity Flowers were growing, and there was more than one. These people had come for the Eternity Flowers in the valley, But the two eternity flowers had fallen into the hands of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. If they ran into them, it would obviously cause trouble. As soon as the two's eyes met, they immediately turned around. Instead of heading towards the valley entrance, they directly crossed the mountain ridge behind to avoid the approaching cultivators. "Who is it?" Before the two of them had even crossed the mountain ridge, a martial artist shouted from the mouth of the valley, discovering the two of them. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian did not know. After crossing the mountain ridge, another voice came from behind them. "There are no eternity flowers in the valley. Those two stole them. Chase after them." There were more than two cultivators. They immediately crossed the mountain ridge and chased after Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. Flying was not allowed in the ancient ruins, greatly limiting one's speed. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian could not shake off the cultivators behind them, so they simply stopped. The two of them wanted to avoid trouble, not because they were afraid of them. Add the first update on the 4th. Chapter 541. Venerables, kings, and half-step venerables could not enter the ancient ruins, so Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were not afraid of any team. If they used their trump cards, they could even wipe out 99% of the teams in the ancient ruins. There were a total of 5 martial artists chasing after them. 2 were 9-star venerables, 1 was 8-star venerables, and 2 were 7-star venerables. This team was very strong, but they were not a threat to Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. Since they could not get rid of the trouble, why should they continue running? They stopped and waited for the martial artists behind them to catch up. "Leave the stolen Ian Extreme flower behind," someone shouted while the 5 people were still far away. "Stole?" Yi Xing snorted. The Ian Extreme flower in the ancient ruins grew on its own and was not cultivated by any faction. It belonged to whoever picked it, but the martial artists chasing after them said that they had stolen the Ian Extreme flower. How could taking something without an owner be considered stealing? Soon, the 5 people caught up. Apart from the 2 9-star venerables who looked older, the 8-star venerables and the 2 7-star venerables were very young, about 16 or 17 years old. Of course, their age did not represent their true age. It was impossible for them to be 7-star venerables or 8-star venerables at 16 or 17 years old. The one who spoke first was 7-star venerables. He stretched out his hand to Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian and said, "Hand over the stolen Ian Extreme flower and get lost." The young 8-star venerables stood in the middle of the 5 people. He was clearly the leader of the team. He was not in the mood to talk to Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, but his eyes lit up when he looked at Wei Qingxian. The 8-star venerables said, "Han Ming, who gave you the authority to make such a promise?" "I, Han Qing, am here. Do you think it's up to you to decide what to do with them?" The 7-star venerables called Han Ming saw Han Qing's expression and knew why he said that. Clearly, Han Qing had taken a fancy to the woman in front of him. However, this woman was truly beautiful. He, Han Ming, had seen all kinds of beauties in the Eastern Han Empire, but none of them could compare to this woman in front of him. Yes. Young Master Qing, Han Ming is muddle-headed. How they deal with him, of course we will listen to young Master Qing. Han Ming immediately lowered his head and said. Although he was also one of the top figures in the Eastern Han Empire, he was far from being comparable to Han Qing. The corners of Han Qing's mouth curled up into a smile, and he said, "Hand over the eternity flower. Men can scram, women can stay." Wei Qingxuan's face was covered with a layer of frost, and the surrounding air suddenly became cold. Yi Xing's expression was calm as he looked at the 5 opponents. Finally, his gaze fell on Han Qing. The corners of his mouth curled up, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. These people treated him and Wei Qingxian as fish on the chopping block. They were simply courting death. Yi Xing said indifferently, "Why don't you all take a piss and look at yourselves in the mirror? What kind of trash are you?" Stop being an eyesore here and quickly scram. Otherwise, if this young master gets angry, all of you will have to crawl away. What kind of words were spoken to the kind of person? Being arrogant in front of Yi Xing? Yi Xing would only be more arrogant. Yi Xing's words enraged the five. Han Xing sneered and said, East Divine Continent bumpkins, do you really think you are someone? Heh. Han Ming, go teach him what it means to be high and mighty. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's eyes flashed with surprise. From the tone of these people, they seemed to be from the Middle Sky Continent. If they were from the other three continents, they would not call East Divine Continent martial artists bumpkins. To be able to come to the ancient ruins from the Middle Sky Continent, they definitely had an extraordinary background. The Middle Sky Continent, surnamed Han. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian immediately thought of a two-star force. The East Han Empire, one of the 12 empires of the Middle Sky Continent, a direct subordinate of the Great Yuan dynasty. As a high-grade empire, the East Han Empire was much stronger than the three high-grade empires of the East Divine Continent. The strongest of the three high-grade empires of the East Divine Continent were 8-star supremes. The strongest of the 12 empires of the Middle Sky Continent were half-step kings. Although they were all high-grade empires, their strength was not on the same level. If these five were experts of the East Han Empire, then they had the qualifications to be arrogant. However, this qualification was only relative to ordinary martial artists of the East Divine Continent. In front of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, it was not enough. 7-star Venerable Han Ming heard Han Xing's order and walked forward, chuckling. Country bumpkin, do you want me to break your arms or your legs? Or I'll give you 10 slaps first, then break your arms and legs. Heh, this way you won't have to choose. As a junior genius of the Middle Sky Continent, Han Ming was very confident in his own strength. He didn't even put the East Divine Continent's 8-star Venerable in his eyes, let alone Yi Xing, who was only a 7-star Venerable. Yi Xing twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Then, he twisted his shoulders, clenched his fists, and walked forward. Yi Xing didn't need to say anything. The ominous glint in his eyes said it all. This brat called Han Ming had successfully provoked his anger. If Yi Xing was angry, the consequences would be severe. Han Ming clearly didn't put Yi Xing in his eyes. He laughed. "Io, your bones are cracking like fried beans. This young master will break all your bones later. Let's see if you can still crack them, heh." As he spoke, Han Ming's aura exploded. His figure flashed and disappeared. It had to be said that Han Ming's speed was very fast. Even the East Divine Continent's 8-star Venerable might not have such speed. In an instant, Han Ming appeared in front of Yi Xing and slapped him across the face. This slap caused the void to explode. Even the airflow was blown apart. One could see how fast it was. Facing Venerable 7-star, who was in the same realm as him, Qian Ming did not use any martial arts. He wanted to use his speed to send Yi Xing flying with a slap. It was clear how confident he was in his speed. Slap. At the same time as the void exploded, a crisp slap sounded. Qian Ming flew to the side. Yi Xing shook his hand and said, "It feels good, but it's too weak. One slap and you're sent flying. Boring." The other 7-star Venerable from the Eastern Han Empire was dumbfounded. What was going on? Wasn't Han Ming the one who slapped him? Why was Han Ming the one who was sent flying? The 8-star Venerable Han Xing and the 2 9-star Venerables saw it clearly. When Han Ming slapped Qian Ming's face, Qian Ming's palm followed. However, Qian Ming's speed was faster than Han Ming's. Before Han Ming's palm could land on Qian Ming's face, Qian Ming had already sent him flying. Han Xing's eyes shone. He hadn't expected this country bumpkin from the East Divine Continent to have such strength. Just based on Yi Xing's speed, Han Xing was sure that Yi Xing's strength wasn't inferior to an 8-star Venerable. At least, he was much stronger than Qian Ming. Add the second update on the 4th. looking for monthly votes and recommendation vote. Chapter 542. Clap, 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 clap. Han Xing clapped his hands and walked forward. From the looks of it, the fact that Yi Xing had sent Han Ming flying with a slap was nothing in Han Cheng's eyes. Han Xing was one of the top geniuses of the younger generation in the East Han Empire. It was easy for him to challenge those above his level. Even the venerable 9-star of the East Divine Continent was nothing to him. Although Yi Xing's performance surprised him, it was not enough to make him look at him in a new light. Han Xing clapped his hands and said, "Good, good, good. It seems that you are not a nobody in the East Divine Continent. I underestimated you when I asked Han Ming to deal with you. Now I will personally break your bones." Yi Xing sneered and looked at Han Ming, who was crawling to his feet. He said, "You are just like him. Don't be a pot calling the kettle black. Shame on you." Whoosh! A terrifying aura exploded from Han Xing's body. Han Xing was furious. What kind of character was he? How could he be compared to Han Ming? Not only that, Yi Xing actually dared to call him a clay chicken and pottery dog. This deeply provoked Han Xing's nerve. Arrogant! I will let you know the consequences of angering me. Han Xing shouted, and a supreme spiritual spear appeared in his hand. He glared angrily. Die! Whoosh! With a thrust, the spear shot out like a cold star piercing through the sky. Supreme spiritual martial art, cold star spear technique. The spear was extremely fast and powerful. Even if Han Xing did not use his astrology, this spear was not something that the venerable 8-star could block. In Han Xing's view, he did not need to use his astrology to deal with Yi Xing. His cold star spear technique had reached the realm of greater mastery. It was enough to deal with Yi Xing. Afterimage footwork. Yi Xing's silhouette split into multiple afterimages, and Han Xing's attack missed. Not far away, the afterimages gathered and Yi Xing appeared. He said disdainfully, "You dare to pretend with such skill? Kill!" Han Xing was furious. He shouted and attacked again, this time toward Yi Xing. This time, the spear was even more powerful. "Take my spear too." This time, Yi Xing didn't dodge. The dragon blood spear appeared in his hand and pierced forward. As he thrust out his spear, dozens of spear shadows appeared. Spear auras shot out like flowing lights, overlapping one another as they pierced towards Han Xing. The hair on Han Xing's body stood on end. His expression was one of shock as he felt a sense of fatal danger. Yi Xing's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Han Xing didn't dare to face the attack head-on. He quickly retracted his spear and retreated. A beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows. He had used his astrology, which was an extreme water element astrology. With the support of the power of the stars, Han Xing's strength skyrocketed. He thrust out his spear, turning it into an astral spear, blocking Yi Xing's astral spear. Even so, Han Xing still felt a little strained. He was incomparably shocked. His opponent hadn't even used his astrology, but his strength had actually reached such a level. What if he used astrology? Han Xing could only hope that Yi Xing's astrology was only a high-grade one. That way, he could use his extreme astrology to suppress him. In the end, his chances of victory would still be higher. He, Han Xing, was one of the top geniuses of the Eastern Han Empire. If he lost to a country bumpkin from the East Divine Continent, what face would he have left? Han Xing's full strength was stronger than the average 9-star venerable. Although Yi Xing's wind shadow spear art was fast, it still couldn't break through Han Xing's defense. Immediately, Yi Xing also used his astrology. Starlight soared into the sky, turning into a flaming star. It was an extreme astrology. "Take my spear again!" Yi Xing shouted, and the dragon blood spear pierced out again. With the support of the flaming star, Yi Xing's spear speed didn't change, but its power skyrocketed. This spear was peerless and terrifying. Han Xing's eyes flashed with fear as he shouted, "Big Han, second Han." At the same time, the two 9-star Venerable unleashed their terrifying auras as they shouted, "Don't be presumptuous." Both of them were peak 9-star Venerable. Their strength was at the peak of the 9-star Venerable level, and they were much stronger than Han Xing. Han Xing's status in the Eastern Han Empire was extraordinary. He was a core member of the royal family. These two peak 9-star Venerable were the personal bodyguards of the Eastern Han imperial family. Their duty was to protect Han Xing's safety. As the two shouted, they attacked at the same time, and attacked Yi Xing more powerful than others? Behind Yi Xing, there was a delicate cry, and an extremely cold aura instantly rushed over. Wei Qingxian used her ice astrology and the supreme-grade spiritual weapon, the icicle sword. She unleashed her full strength and slashed out with her sword. An icy sword aura swept out and attacked the two 9-star Venerable. Even the Venerable 9 stars were shocked by Wei Qingxuan's all-out attack. They didn't dare to ignore it. The two Venerable 9 stars immediately attacked Yi Xing, and their attacks collided with the ice sword force. While the two 9-star Venerable were blocked by Wei Qingxian, Yi Xing and Han Xing had already clashed head-on. Yi Xing used the Wind Shadow Spear art with the help of the Flaming Star. Even a peak 9-star Venerable would find it difficult to resist, let alone Han Xing. Even though Yi Xing didn't use his full strength, Han Xing's spear defense was instantly broken by Yi Xing. Puff puff puff. In the blink of an eye, Han Xing was sent flying backward. There were a few bloody holes in his body, and he let out a shrill cry. "Young Lord Qing!" The two 9-star Venerable and the two 7-star Venerable exclaimed at the same time. The 7-star Venerable, who hadn't made a move, immediately rushed toward Han Xing. The two 9-star Venerable shouted, "How dare you hurt the young lord of the Donghan Empire?" The two 9-star Venerable were filled with murderous intent. They both released their astrology and unleashed their full strength. They shouted, "You're courting death." Yi Xing coldly said, "It's precisely because you're from the East Han Empire that I spared his life and gave you some face. Otherwise, that spear would have pierced his vitals and he would already be a dead man." Wei Qingxuan's figure flashed and appeared beside Yi Xing. The two's auras were extremely powerful. In the sky, the Flaming Star and Icy Star were side by side. Their auras were no weaker than the two 9-star Venerable. Wei Qingxian exuded a cold aura and said, "Get lost now. Don't look for your own death." Shameless boasting. The two 9-star Venerable were both at the peak of the 9th stage of the Astral Star Realm. Their combat power was at the peak of the same realm. Even though Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's combat power was heaven-defying, the two 9-star Venerable didn't think that the two 9-star Venerable were a match for them. The two 9-star Venerable attacked at the same time. One went for Yi Xing and the other went for Wei Qingxian. "You're courting death." Yi Xing shouted and unleashed his full strength. He stabbed out with his spear, and in an instant, he stabbed out nearly 100 times. Wei Qingxian used the fluttering snow palm with her left hand and the condensing ice sword with her right hand. The ground around them was covered in a layer of frost. An icy sword aura shot out, and the extreme coldness seemed to be able to freeze the void. The two 9-star Venerables' attacks were affected by the coldness and slowed down by half a beat. This delay was fatal to Yi Xing's fast spear. Puff, puff. The spear flashed like flowing light, and a huge hole appeared on the two 9-star Venerables' bodies. They screamed in agony and shot backward. Monthly votes, recommendation votes. Chapter 543. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian teamed up, and their combined strength was not as simple as 1 + 1. Honda and Han Air were both top-notch Venerable 9 stars, but they could not even withstand one move from Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. The two of them fell far away, blood gushing out of their bodies. They were severely injured, and Yi Xing had shown them mercy. Otherwise, if the tip of the spear had pierced their throats, they would have died. The Donghan Empire was much more powerful than the three upper-rank empires of the East Divine Continent. It was a direct subordinate of the Deyuan dynasty. If he killed them, Yi Xing was afraid that the Donghan Empire would have a way to find him. At the end of the year, the third genius tryout would be held. Yi Xing did not want to cause any trouble. He wanted to take this opportunity to explore the extraterritorial starland. Therefore, Yi Xing did not kill them. Otherwise, he and Wei Qingxian could have killed the Howling Moon Wolves. Killing these 5 people would be a piece of cake. Han Xing and Han Ming, the 2 venerable 9 stars, were severely injured. Only the venerable 7 stars was not injured. They looked at Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian with fear. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian did not look at them. They turned and left. Wait! Han Xing had already taken a healing elixir to stop the bleeding. He struggled to stand up and said, "Do you dare to leave your names? I will return the humiliation today tenfold." Yi Xing did not stop. He said, "What? You are not strong enough, so you want to seek revenge from your father and grandfather? Haha! If you are really capable, I will wait for you at the third genius tryout." After Yi Xing finished speaking, he and Wei Qingxian crossed a mountain and disappeared from the 5 people's sight. Humph! Han Xing angrily slapped the ground with his palm. The astral star palm imprint shook the ground and shattered it. However, this action immediately tore open his wound, triggering the injury. Blood flowed out again, and he couldn't help but release a miserable groan, his face pale. After encountering the 5 cultivators from the Eastern Han Empire, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian continued to encounter other teams in the following days. The Ian Extreme flower that grew in the periphery of the ancient ruins was extremely rare and could only be found by chance. 99% of the martial practitioners that entered the ancient ruins rushed to the land of Extreme Ian at the center of the ancient ruins. Only there would they have a higher chance of obtaining an Ian Extreme flower. Therefore, the closer they got to the land of extreme negative energy, the higher the chances of encountering other cultivators. Apart from some unpleasantness with Han Xing's group, they didn't have any conflicts with the other groups. Most of those who had entered the primordial ruins were warriors from the East Divine Continent. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had been rising stars in the genius selection at the end of last year. Most of the warriors from the East Divine Continent knew them. Of course, this was also because other people didn't know that they had the Ian Extreme flower. Otherwise, there might be some ignorant martial practitioners who would take the risk and kill them to steal their treasures. Along the way, when they encountered other martial practitioners, Yi Xing and Yun Ruoyan went their separate ways, rejecting all requests to team up with them. If they encountered ancient monster beasts, they would kill them. Later on, they didn't encounter any more beast packs like the Howling Moon Demon Wolf. Yi Xing and Yun Ruoyan had a smooth journey. Half a month after obtaining the Ian Extreme flower, Yi Xing and Yun Ruoyan finally arrived at the center of the ancient ruins. The land of Extreme Ian was just ahead. The land of Extreme Ian was very different from the other places in the ancient ruins. Firstly, the sky was more than 10 times darker. In the ancient ruins, the sky was a dark yellow and the light was not bright. But in the land of Extreme Ian, the sky was dark. Even with the eyesight of a person, it was difficult to see far. It was like night. In particular, the ground of the land of Extreme Ian was filled with black Ian Qi. Some areas were even filled with surging Ian Qi, blocking one's line of sight. No one could see anything clearly. Moreover, this land of Extreme Ian not only had Ian Qi, but it also exuded an aura that made one's heart palpitate. It seemed very dangerous. The center of the ancient ruins was not small. It was hundreds of thousands of miles wide. Many martial practitioners were scattered throughout the ancient ruins. Yi Xing and Yun Ruoyan stood outside the land of Extreme Ian. There were no other martial practitioners nearby. This land of Extreme Ian is a place of great danger. Not only is the Ian Qi rich, but there is also blood qi and ghost qi. In ancient times, countless martial practitioners must have died here. Their blood dyed this land red. Yixing looked into the distance and scanned with his super brain. After observing for a long time, he said this. If the land of extreme Yin was only rich in Yin Qi, then martial practitioners could use the purple sun pill to disperse the Yin Qi in their bodies and stay in the land of extreme Yin for a long time. However, if there was also blood Qi and ghost Qi, even Venerable 9-Star wouldn't be able to stay in the land of extreme Yin for a long time. At most, he could stay for a day or two. In this way, any martial practitioner could only explore a small part of the periphery of the land of extreme Yin. They couldn't set foot in most of the areas. Even the strongest Venerable 9-Star could stay in the land of extreme Yin for 2 days by relying on his astral stars to block the blood qi. However, he could only enter and leave in 1 day. In addition to the time spent searching for the Yin Extreme Flower, the furthest he could go was less than a day's walk. No wonder the Yin Extreme Flower is so rare. Even if the land of extreme Yin is suitable for the growth of the Yin Extreme Flower, there are too few places that martial practitioners can explore. I'm afraid they won't be able to obtain many Yin Extreme Flowers in the land of extreme Yin. Yixing sighed. The Yin Extreme Flower would be of great use to him when he broke through to the Venerable Realm in the future. He still wanted to obtain more. Looking at the land of extreme Yin in front of him, Yixing knew that even if he was lucky, he wouldn't be able to obtain many Yin Extreme Flowers. Haha, Yixing, others might not be able to obtain many Yin Extreme Flowers, but we are different. As long as we have enough time, it won't be a problem for us to harvest all the Yin Extreme Flowers in the land of extreme Yin. Wei Qingxian smiled and said, "How is that possible? The purple yang pill can dispel the Yin Qi, but the blood Qi and ghost Qi can't be dispelled by pills. We can't go deep into the land of extreme Yin." Yixing said in surprise. "Brother Yixing, you have your secrets, and so do I. I've already seen your supreme astrology. Now it's time for you to take a look at mine," Wei Qingxian said as she stepped forward and walked into the land of extreme Yin. Ultimate astrology? Yixing's expression was shocked, and he immediately followed. The two of them used astral energy to protect their bodies, forming an astral shield around them. Above the astral shield, there was a constant sizzling sound. This was the blood qi corroding the astral shield, forcing a martial artist to constantly circulate astral energy to maintain it. Otherwise, once the astral shield broke, the blood qi and ghostly ghost qi would enter their body, turning them into a bloodthirsty madman and then a black-furred zombie. Qingxian also has a supreme astrology? What kind of astrology can allow one to walk freely here? Yixing thought. Chapter 544. Yixing, I can't expose my supreme astrology for the time being. There might be other martial artists in the periphery of the land of extreme negative energy. Once we go deeper into the land of extreme negative energy, I'll use my astrology to pave the way, Wei Qingxian said. Astral energy protected her body as she walked quickly. Yixing followed closely behind. The deeper they went into the land of extreme negative energy, the stronger the Yin Qi and the more suitable it was for Yin Extreme Flowers to grow. Obviously, the deeper they went, the more Yin Extreme Flowers there were. The two did not deliberately look for Yin Extreme Flowers. They went straight into the depths of the land of extreme negative energy and did not encounter other martial artists along the way. After advancing for more than an hour, the two suddenly encountered an attack. It was a blood-red figure that was extremely fast and came and went almost without a trace. This blood-red figure's strength was not high. It was equivalent to a 6 stars venerable master. However, with its extremely fast speed and elusive figure, it could easily kill a 7 stars venerable master. "It's a blood fiend!" Yixing shouted. He and Wei Qingxian were very strong and easily avoided the Blood Fiend's attack. Blood Fiends could only be born in places where blood gathered. This land of extreme negative energy was full of Blood Fiend Qi. Yixing judged that this place had once flowed with blood, so it was not surprising that a Blood Fiend would appear. In the land of extreme negative energy, martial artists not only had to resist the erosion of Blood Fiend Qi, but they also had to resist the attacks of the Blood Fiend. This way, their astral energy would be depleted faster and the area they could explore in the land of extreme negative energy would be smaller. Moreover, the dangers in the land of extreme negative energy did not only come from the Blood Fiend Qi. Martial artists might also face the attacks of the Blackford zombies. If a martial artist's astral energy was exhausted and the Blood Fiend Qi and Eerie Ghost Qi invaded their body, they would go crazy for a short time. They would become extremely bloodthirsty and kill anyone they saw. After a while, the martial artists controlled by the Blood Fiend Qi would die. At this time, the Eerie Ghost Qi would play its role again, causing the dead martial artists to grow black hair all over their bodies and become Blackford zombies. Blackford zombies not only had the strength of their lives, but their bodies would also be greatly strengthened. They would have the body of a corpse Dao martial artist, the star energy and martial arts attainments. Blackford zombies were obviously much more terrifying than corpse Dao martial artists. Whoosh, another air-piercing sound rang out. Xuesha once again rushed over from afar, charging towards Wei Qingxian. Yixing Chao's brain scanned and locked onto Xuesha's figure. The dragon blood spear appeared and stabbed out like a stream of light. Puff, the blood shadow was pierced by Yixing's spear. The force of the spear vibrated and shattered the Blood Fiend into nothingness. It couldn't be more dead. Blood Fiend's speed was swift, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. To other martial artists it was very terrifying, but in front of Yixing it was not worth mentioning. The two of them continued forward. Not long after, they encountered another Blood Fiend which was similarly shattered by Yixing's spear. The two of them advanced for several hours. Although they didn't go out of their way to search for it, they still encountered a Aeon Extreme flower along the way. The Eternal Flower was a strange flower that could be used to perceive the strength of the universe. It was only useful to half-step venerables or venerables. Whether it was the Blood Fiends or the Blackford zombies of the land of extreme negative energy, the Eternal Flower was useless to them. Moreover, there were no monster beasts living in the land of extreme negative energy. Thus, the Eternal Flower of the land of extreme negative energy wasn't guarded by Blood Fiends or Blackford zombies. As long as one found it, they could safely harvest it. Blood Fiends and Blackford zombies were only interested in the flesh and blood of martial artists. As long as they existed, in theory there was a chance of encountering them anywhere in the land of extreme negative energy. Of course, the conditions for Blood Fiends to form were extremely difficult and there weren't many of them. In particular, Blackford zombies were even rarer. It wasn't easy for martial artists to encounter them in the land of extreme negative energy. After walking for another 2 hours, Wei Qingxian came to a stop. We've been going deeper for more than half a day. For safety reasons, other martial artists won't come here for the time being. I can use star energy to open the way, Wei Qingxian said. Suddenly, a beam of starlight rushed out from between her eyebrows and flew into the sky. Yixing immediately looked up and saw that the starlight had turned into countless stars. These stars were connected together and emitted a holy light. It looked like a beautiful girl with long hair fluttering in the wind. Constellation star energy? Yixing looked surprised. Could it be Virgo star energy? On Earth, there were 12 constellations, but this was the star continent. Although Yixing's Archer constellation was called Sagittarius star energy, he wasn't sure if Wei Qingxuan's star energy was Virgo star energy. Holy light, purification. Wei Qingxian bellowed. The Virgo constellation's light aura flourished. The yin qi around Wei Qingxian baleful blood chi, gloomy ghost chi, all disappeared under the holy light. In an instant, the space within a 10-mile radius returned to normal. Other than the dim light, it was no different from the space outside. The Yin energy, blood fiend energy, ghostly energy, and other evil energy that filled the void were all purified by the holy light and disappeared without a trace. Moreover, a blood fiend a few miles away was illuminated by the holy light. It let out a mournful cry and emitted green smoke before dissipating. I also have 2-star energy. This is my constellation star energy, Virgo star energy. Wei Qingxian turned around and smiled at Yi Xing. Although the Virgo star energy doesn't have much effect on increasing combat power, it has the effect of purifying all evil energy. As long as I'm around, the evil energy around me will retreat, and I can travel unimpeded in the land of extreme negative energy. Yi Xing stared blankly at Yi Xing. His expression was a little dazed. Wei Qingxian was already a stunning beauty. Now that she was shrouded in the holy light, her body was also emitting holy light. She was like a goddess illuminated by holy light. She was 10 times more stunning. Yi Xing! Yi Xing! Wei Qingxian shouted twice. Yi Xing only reacted when Yi Xing came back to his senses. His face was full of embarrassment. All this time, his super brain was powerful, and he had the black hole star energy between his eyebrows. This allowed him to be very calm no matter what he encountered. This was the first time he was absent-minded. Wei Qingxian blushed and said, "What are you looking at? Are you stupid?" Yi Xing smiled embarrassedly and said, "Qingxian, you don't know how beautiful you are now. No, your temperament now can't be described as beautiful. It's blasphemy to call you a fairy. You're a goddess." "What a glib tongue," Wei Qingxian said, a happy smile on her face. "Let's go deeper. There are more Ian flowers deeper in, and we won't encounter any other martial artists." Yi Xing gathered his thoughts. His super brain began to operate, his expression calm. Of course, he wouldn't act like a fool again. He nodded and said, "Let's go. My eye technique can see into the distance. This time, I must plunder all the Ian flowers here." A single stalk of eternity flower was worth 5,000 merit points. What about 100 stalks of eternity flowers? Yi Xing was extremely excited. Chapter 545. Wei Qingxian used the Virgo constellation to open a path, unimpeded in the land of extreme negative energy. Even the blood fiends didn't dare to approach the area illuminated by the holy light. If they were illuminated by the holy light, they would die without a doubt. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian advanced all the way into the depths of the land of extreme negative energy, reaching a depth that other martial artists couldn't enter. Ian Extreme Flower. 2. Not long after, the two found a place where Ian Extreme flowers grew. There were a total of 2, and the two picked them up. In the following time, although the two continued to advance deeper into the land of extreme negative energy, they no longer moved in a straight line. Instead, they searched 1,000 miles horizontally, searching for Ian Extreme flowers one by one. In this way, they could search about 10 times a day, advancing a distance of 100 or 200 miles. The harvest of this carpet search was enormous. On the first day, the two harvested 17 Ian Extreme flowers. The other teams had been in the ancient ruins for several months. If they were unlucky, they would return empty-handed. If they could harvest a single Ian Extreme flower, they could be considered lucky. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain several Ian Extreme flowers. If they were extremely lucky, they might be able to obtain a dozen or so. However, in just one day, Yi Xing's harvest was comparable to the harvest of the other teams that were extremely lucky for several months. This was the advantage of going deep into the land of extreme negative energy. Other martial artists could only search a very small area in the periphery of the land of extreme negative energy, and they also had to guard against the attacks of the blood fiends and black-furred zombies. As for Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, they had the Virgo constellation to open a path, so they were unimpeded in the land of extreme negative energy. They only needed to search for extreme flowers. This was the difference between them, so their harvests were naturally not on the same level. Time passed day by day. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian searched 1,000 miles horizontally, slowly advancing into the depths of the land of extreme negative energy. Every day, the two harvested more than 10 extreme flowers. The two searched for extreme flowers every day, almost forgetting the days. Until one day, the extreme flowers have withered. Wei Qingxian cried out in alarm. There were 3 eternity flowers growing in front of her, but the flowers were all withered, already losing their spirituality. The eternity flower only blooms in June, July, and August. It looks like it's September today, Yi Xing said. 2 months have passed so quickly. Wei Qingxian looked around and said, "It's a pity that the place we searched is only a very small part of the entire land of extreme negative energy. There are also a large number of eternity flowers that have withered without anyone picking them." The journey from the ancient ruins to the land of extreme negative energy took a month. If today was the 1st of September, then the two of them had indeed spent nearly 2 months in the land of extreme negative energy. Yi Xing said, "We've obtained enough eternity flowers. Let's go back." Wei Qingxian nodded. On the way back, the two of them took stock of the extreme flowers. Over the past 2 months, they had harvested the least amount of extreme flowers on a single day, and they had harvested the most amount of extreme flowers on a single day. The total number of eternity flowers harvested was 928. The two of them divided it equally, each obtaining 464 eternity flowers. A single eternity flower was extremely precious. The eternity flowers in their hands were undoubtedly treasures that could not be measured in terms of value. The two of them gained much more than all the teams that entered the ancient ruins. After counting the eternity flowers, the two of them smiled at each other, joy in their eyes. With so many eternity flowers, it was enough for them to become venerables in the future. Because they had searched 1,000 miles horizontally and layer by layer, the distance they advanced each day was not far. Now, the two of them left the land of extreme negative energy on a straight path. It only took them a little more than 3 days to leave the land of extreme negative energy. During this time, the two of them encountered 2 black-furred zombies. When they entered the land of extreme negative energy, there were no black-furred zombies, but when they came out, they encountered them on the periphery. Obviously, some cultivators had died in the land of extreme negative energy and turned into black-furred zombies. Blood fiends would be injured by the holy light, but black-furred zombies would not. However, the cultivators that died in the land of extreme negative energy did not have high cultivation. Even though their strength increased by an entire realm after turning into black-furred zombies, they were still not Yi Xing's opponent. Yi Xing killed them without much effort. The time for the eternity flowers to bloom had passed, and all the teams had evacuated. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian spent more than 3 days to come out of the land of extreme negative energy. They were already the last group, lagging behind everyone else. 1 step behind, 1 step behind. A month later, the two of them arrived at the edge of the ancient ruins, but they did not encounter any other cultivators. When they arrived at the beach of the ancient ruins, the array formation disappeared. The two of them used their top-grade flying spirit artifacts to soar into the sky, flying over the sea and heading east. Those who should have left had already left. The two of them should be the last group. Ha 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 ha. 2 days ago, all the cultivators in the ancient ruins had basically evacuated. I didn't expect that there would still be people coming out of the ancient ruins today. Not long after the two of them left the ancient ruins, they were stopped by someone. One of them was laughing loudly, surrounded by the other cultivators. Obviously, he was the leader of these cultivators. These cultivators were all enlightened masters, and there were more than 100 of them. Among them, there were more than a dozen high-level astral realm cultivators. The person laughing was a 9-star realm cultivator, but his aura was much stronger than the other 9-star realm cultivators. Among the 9-star realm cultivators that Yi Xing had met, only Han De and Han Er could compare with him, but they were still slightly inferior. In addition to this person, there were 2 other 9-star realm cultivators standing on his left and right, looking respectful. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian stopped and stared coldly at the cultivators in front of them. There were 3 pirate gangs in the sea between East Ruins Island and the Ancient Ruins. Among them, the Sea Shark Gang had been annihilated by Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian on their way to the Ancient Ruins. These cultivators must belong to the other 2 gangs. The laughing 9-star realm cultivator sized up Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. His gaze paused on Wei Qingxian for a few seconds, and surprise appeared on his face. However, his composure was obviously much stronger than a normal person's. He quickly recovered and continued, "You 2 have been hiding in the ancient ruins until today, he. Looks like you're pretty lucky to have obtained a lot of eternity flowers, ha. Yi Xing's gaze swept across the cultivators and fixed on the speaker. He said, "There are 3 great pirate gangs in this sea area. The Sea Shark Gang has been annihilated. Are you from Azure Dragon Island or Sky Waterfort?" 9-star realm cultivator at the center released a terrifying aura and said, "I am the master of Azure Dragon Island. Kid, hand over all your storage rings, and this island master will let you live." Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "Azure Dragon Island, huh? I'll send you to meet up with the Sea Shark Gang. You can be pirates in the Netherworld." The master of Azure Dragon Island was surprised and said, "You were the ones who annihilated the Sea Shark Gang?" Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian exchanged a glance with each other and smiled. Killing intent appeared in their eyes. Kevin is so stuck that he wants to die. Damn, the update is a little late. Sorry. Chapter 546. Since they were pirates from the Azure Dragon Island, even if they didn't provoke Yi Xing would still eliminate them. Now that the Azure Dragon Island had delivered themselves to his doorstep, he naturally had to seize this opportunity to eliminate this pirate force. In this sea region, the Azure Dragon Island, the Sky Water Fort, and the Sea Shark Gang had both competition and cooperation. Now that the Sea Shark Gang had been eliminated, if the strongest Azure Dragon Island was also eliminated, the Sky Water Fort wouldn't be able to stand alone and would be eliminated by other martial artists sooner or later. Although Yi Xing didn't answer, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's expressions allowed the Azure Dragon Island Lord to confirm that the Sea Shark Gang was indeed eliminated by the 2 of them. Although the Sea Shark Gang couldn't be compared to the Azure Dragon Island, the Sea Shark Gang's leader wasn't weak either. Apart from the Azure Dragon Island Lord, the other 2 9-star venerables weren't his match. The Azure Dragon Island Lord thought to himself, if they were the ones who eliminated the Sea Shark Gang, wouldn't their strength be a threat to me? Thinking of this, the Azure Dragon Island Lord waved his hand and shouted, "Brothers, go! Don't hold back on this brat and kill him. Take it easy on this beauty and don't take her life." Although the Azure Dragon Island Lord didn't believe that the 2 7-star venerables, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, could eliminate the Sea Shark Gang, the Azure Dragon Island had the advantage in numbers. Obviously, the Azure Dragon Island Lord wouldn't take the risk himself and would attack as a group. It didn't matter if the other party had the strength to eliminate the Sea Shark Gang. If they attacked together, even a half-step honorable would have a hard time. "Kill!" Yi Xing coldly shouted. A ray of starlight soared into the sky and turned into the flame astral projection. The dragon blood spear instantly appeared in his hand. Wei Qingxian also used the cold ice astral projection. Her left hand executed the floating snow divine palm and her right hand executed the ice congealing sword art, attacking the pirates. The seawater below was instantly frozen. Wei Qingxuan's ice attribute martial art was even more terrifying in a place with water. The extreme cold qi went straight to the bone. Apart from the astral realm venerables who could endure it for free, the rest of the sages were shivering from the cold, and their movements naturally slowed down. Wind Shadow Spear Art. Yi Xing thrust out his spear, and the astral spear shot out like a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, he had thrust out nearly 100 times. The opponent's movements were slow, but Yi Xing's gun speed was not slow. Puff, 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 before the attacks of the pirates could reach them, the densely packed astral spears were already thrusting towards them. The pirates of the Azure Dragon Island fell onto the ice below like rain. Every martial artist who fell had a bloody hole pierced through their throat. All of them died. In the blink of an eye, several dozen Azure Dragon Island cultivators died. Not only did these pirates fall under Yi Xing's spear, but many of them were also struck by the cold ice sword aura and turned into ice sculptures, dying on the spot. The speed of death was simply too fast. Although there were a lot of pirates in the Azure Dragon Island, there were only a little over 100 of them. In the blink of an eye, nearly a third of them had died. This caused the other pirates to feel fear in their hearts. Even the two venerable 9 stars were frightened. Facing Yi Xing's spear technique, they felt a chill in their hearts. Azure Dragon's soaring style. Seeing that Yi Xing's and Wei Qingxuan's strength was actually so terrifying, the Azure Dragon Island's lord was enraged. He directly attacked, charging at Yi Xing. An Azure Dragon astral light, several hundred meters long, charged over with extremely horrifying might. Everywhere it passed, the ice shattered, and the spear images were destroyed. Afterimage footwork. The strength of the Azure Dragon Island's lord was indeed extraordinary. Yi Xing dodged the Azure Dragon astral light and moved his body, dodging the attack of the Azure Dragon astral light. Wei Qingxian created an ice lotus with every step she took. She was also very fast, and the Azure Dragon astral light missed. Kill! The Azure Dragon Island's lord roared ferociously and formed hand seals. After the Azure Dragon astral light missed, he instantly turned around and charged at Yi Xing, ice sealing style. Wei Qingxian shouted. The ice on her icicle sword surged as she executed her ultimate move. The terrifying chill multiplied. Even the air was covered with a layer of frost. Countless icicles emerged from the ice on the surface of the sea. Many pirates were killed by the icicles. The icicle sword chi collided with the Azure Dragon astral light. Although the icicle sword chi was shattered, it also greatly reduced the speed of the Azure Dragon astral light. Shadowless kill. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxuan's teamwork was extremely tacit and seamless. They immediately displayed the ultimate move of the Wind Shadow Spear art. The Dragon Blood Spear thrust forward. It was no longer a series of thrusts in an instant. Instead, it was a single thrust with all its strength. The spear was so fast that it did not even leave behind a shadow. Puff! Blood splattered. When the spear image appeared again, the tip of the spear had already pierced the throat of the Azure Dragon Island's lord. At this moment, the Azure Dragon astral light was still several dozen meters away from Yi Xing due to the obstruction of the icicle sword chi. The Azure Dragon astral light instantly scattered. The Azure Dragon Island's lord revealed an expression of disbelief. This is impossible. Fresh blood gushed out from the Azure Dragon Island's lord's mouth. He did not dare to believe all of this. Even if he believed that Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian had exterminated the Sea Shark Gang, he did not think that he would die. He, the Azure Dragon Island's lord, was far from being comparable to the Sea Shark Gang's lord. However, he had now embarked on the same path of death as the Sea Shark Gang's lord. Impossible? Do you think you won't die just because you say it's impossible? Yi Xing smiled. The dragon blood spear shook and instantly withdrew. Blood spurted out from the Azure Dragon Island's lord's throat. With both hands covering his throat, he fell down and breathed his last. "The island lord is dead. Quickly run!" The pirates of the Azure Dragon Island immediately screamed in fright. However, how could they escape from the pursuit of Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian? Soon, only Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were left in the sky above the sea. The pirates of the Azure Dragon Island had fallen into the sea below after their death. They had committed crimes in this sea region, and their corpses had become food for the demonic beasts in this sea region. This was their retribution. Exterminating the pirates of the Azure Dragon Island was only a small interlude. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian continued on their journey. 5 days later, the two of them returned to the land of the East Divine Continent. Then, they headed to the nearest empire and borrowed the teleportation formation. On the 16th of October, the two of them returned to the Shuefeng Empire Academy. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian each handed 4 eternity flowers to the academy and received 20,000 merit points. After receiving the merit points, the first thing Yi Xing did was to head to the Shuefeng Palace to learn a supreme-grade spiritual martial art. After a round of comparison, Yi Xing chose 2 supreme-grade spiritual martial arts. One was a fist art, Great Sun Burning Sky Fist. The other was an archery art, Black Flame Arrow Art. These 2 supreme-grade spiritual martial arts were of the fire attribute. Yi Xing mainly used the fire attribute astrology in battle. Clearly, it was very suitable for Yi Xing. Furthermore, the Black Flame Arrow Art also had the darkness attribute. This was also the attribute domain that Yi Xing specialized in. The Wind Shadow Spear art was fast, but its attack power was slightly weaker. If it encountered someone with a strong defense, no matter how fast it was, it might not be able to break through the opponent's defense. The Great Sun Burning Sky Fist was powerful and imposing. It relied on pure strength to crush the opponent. If the opponent's defense was strong, it could rely on the Great Sun Burning Sky Fist to win. The Black Flame Arrow Art's archery power was needless to say. Especially when combined with the Sagittarius constellation, it was incomparably terrifying. It was the existence of a trump card. After mastering these 3 supreme-grade spiritual martial arts, Yi Xing believed that he would definitely obtain first place in the 3rd Genius Selection competition. Chapter 547. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since Yi Xing returned to the Bloodblade Academy. Yi Xing's heart force had reached the 6th level, and his cultivation speed was twice as fast as when he was at the 5th level. In half a month's time, his sky-burning sun fist and black flame arrow art had both reached perfection. His attainment was not inferior to the wind shadow spear art. For other exalted realm cultivators, even half-step honorable realm cultivators, this cultivation speed could be considered godly. However, Yi Xing's heart force and comprehension of the heaven and earth's momentum were deeper than the average honorable realm cultivator. Of course, it was easy for him to cultivate a supreme-grade spiritual martial art. It was only a little difficult for him to break through to the transcendent realm. Breaking through to the transcendent realm requires an opportunity. It's hard to reach this step by cultivating diligently. It seems that I have to temper myself in battle. Moreover, my cultivation is still too low. Only a 7th-level astral realm cultivator can cultivate a supreme-grade spiritual martial art to the transcendent realm. The lower the cultivation, the greater the restriction on martial arts. It seems that I have to raise my cultivation even higher. Yi Xing thought to himself. There were less than 2 months until the 3rd Genius Selection. If he could break through to the 8-star realm, then his chances of winning would be greater. If he wanted to break through to the 8-star realm, the cultivation tower was the best place to go. With Yi Xing's strength, he should be able to reach the highest level of the cultivation tower. Every level of the cultivation tower increased the concentration of astral qi by 20%. The higher the level, the higher the concentration of astral qi, and the faster the cultivation speed. On this day, Yi Xing arrived at the 9th level of the cultivation tower. There were 2 cultivation rooms here. There was a student token hanging at the entrance of each room. The one on the left had Zixian written on it, and the one on the right had Moyi written on it. This meant that the 2 cultivation rooms were already occupied. To encourage competition between students, the cultivation tower's rule was that whoever was stronger could occupy the better cultivation room and challenge others at will. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had enough merit point. Different levels meant different cultivation speeds, and the number of merit points required was also different. The first level required 5 merit points a day, and each level required 5 more merit points. Cultivating on the 9th level for a day required 45 merit points. Yi Xing looked at the 2 student tokens. Of course, he wouldn't disturb Wei Qingxian. He walked towards the cultivation room on the right. Mo Yi, a venerable 9-star, was the number 1 student of the Blood Edge Empire Academy. His strength was at the peak of the venerable 9-star level. Yi Xing arrived outside Mo Ye's cultivation room and knocked on the door. "Who?" An angry roar suddenly came from the room. "Who dares to disturb my cultivation?" As the number 1 student and a core member of the imperial family, Mo Yi was an absolute tyrant in the Blood Edge Academy. Everyone knew that Mo Yi had been cultivating in seclusion recently. He wanted to reach the half-step honorable realm as soon as possible so that he could graduate from the academy and search for an opportunity to break through to the honorable realm. Mo Yi coldly snorted. Someone actually dared to disturb his cultivation at this time. This person must have eaten a leopard's guts. Yi Xing stood outside the door and said, "Senior brother Mo Yi, Junior Yi Xing is here to challenge you." A terrifying aura came from the cultivation room. Mo Yi shouted, "You dare to challenge me? How dare you? Do you want to die?" Yi Xing slightly frowned and said, "You talk too much nonsense. If you dare to accept the challenge, then come out. If not, then scram." Yi Xing's principle was to be polite to the opponent first. If the opponent was polite to him, then he would continue to be polite. If the opponent wasn't polite, then sorry, he wouldn't be polite either. Creak. The cultivation room's door opened, and the terrifying aura suddenly became stronger. A tall young man walked out. Mo Yi glanced at Yi Xing and said, "Yi Xing, right? I've heard of your name. You have guts. However, don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you defeated Mo Tong. You're not qualified." Yi Xing smiled and said, "Whether I'm qualified or not depends on my strength, not how good my mouth is." Mo Yi angrily snorted and said, "Fine, I'll see how much strength you've grown in this year." As he spoke, Mo Yi punched out at Yi Xing whoosh. As soon as the fist moved, a fierce fist wind shot out with a terrifying aura. The void trembled as Mo Ye's fist force stirred up waves of air. As for Mo Ye's fist, it bloomed with light and exploded the air. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yi Xing with a terrifying flame. Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat. The martial art that Mo Yi used was the supreme-grade spiritual martial art that he had recently cultivated, the Sky-Burning Sun Fist. However, Mo Ye's attainment in the Sky-Burning Sun Fist was far inferior to Yi Xing's. It was only at the greater success stage. Flaming Dipper Fist. In a hurry, Yi Xing swung his fist and used the transformative stage upper-grade spiritual martial art, the Flaming Dipper Fist. The transformative stage attainment was superb. No matter how short the time was, it was still natural for him to use it. It was not weak at all. Bang! The 2 fists collided and made a loud explosion. The 2 fists exploded and sparks flew everywhere. In terms of astral strength, Yi Xing was inferior to Mo Yi, who was at the 9th stage of the astral stage. However, in terms of understanding the force of fire, Yi Xing was superior. Moreover, the power of their martial arts were equal. However, Yi Xing had the advantage in terms of physical strength. Therefore, in this collision, Yi Xing, the 7-star venerable, had the upper hand. Yi Xing did not even take half a step back. He was completely fine. However, Mo Yi felt a terrifying force coming at him. His body shook and he could not help but take a step back. Mo Yi was shocked. He did not expect Yi Xing's strength to grow so quickly. In the first half of the year, Yi Xing could only defeat Mo Tong, who was at the 7-star venerable level. Now, he had reached a level where even Mo Yi, the number 1 student among the 9-star venerables, was at a disadvantage. Whoosh! Mo Yi immediately used his fire celestial aspect, which made the sky-burning sun fist even more powerful. Yi Xing also channeled the power of the fire astral aspect. The extreme level of the fire astral aspect completely suppressed his opponent. Boom! Yi Xing also used the sky-burning sun fist. However, in terms of momentum and power, Yi Xing's sky-burning sun fist was superior. His attainment in the sky-burning sun fist is higher than mine. How is this possible? The two fists collided and Mo Yi was forced back. His eyes were full of shock. Bang! In just 10 moves, Mo Yi missed a move. Yi Xing's fist landed on his chest and sent him flying. He crashed into the wall of the 9th floor. Pfft! Mo Yi spat out a mouthful of blood. He had lost. Yi Xing did not look at Mo Yi again. He placed the student token in a groove outside the cultivation room and entered it. Chapter 548. After closing the door, Yi Xing sat cross-legged on the cultivation platform in the center of the cultivation room. He began to cultivate with the falling star incantation. The astral spiritual qi in the cultivation room on the 9th floor was extremely dense. As soon as the falling star incantation was activated, a huge amount of astral spiritual qi was absorbed into Yi Xing's body. His cultivation speed was almost twice as fast as normal. This meant that cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating outside for 3 days. This greatly increased his cultivation speed. A steady stream of astral spiritual qi was absorbed into Yi Xing's body. It flowed through his meridians and finally gathered in his dantian's stellar vortex. Like a black hole, the star vortex in Yi Xing's dantian spun slowly. No matter how much star spiritual energy flowed into the star vortex in his dantian, it would be refined and absorbed at the first moment. Yi Xing's cultivation base was growing rapidly. Moreover, his attainment in the falling star incantation was also slowly improving. Even the top student, Mo Yi, was defeated by Yi Xing naturally. No one dared to challenge Yi Xing in this cultivation room. He cultivated in peace. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Yi Xing's falling star incantation had a qualitative breakthrough. It had reached the 7th stage of perfection. The strength of his stellar energy had also improved. At this time, Yi Xing's stellar energy was probably not inferior to Venerable 9 stars. Yi Xing's cultivation had also increased greatly in this half a month. He had already reached the late 7th stage, and was not far from the peak. In the cultivation room, Yi Xing sat on the cultivation platform and continued to cultivate. With the 7th stage of the falling star incantation, Yi Xing's cultivation speed was even faster. He was rapidly approaching the peak of the 7th stage. While cultivating, the stellar energy of the 7th stage of the falling star incantation was also transforming into the stellar energy of the black rank inferior falling star incantation. Theoretically speaking, the 7th stage of the spirit grade supreme grade meteor fall incantation was almost equivalent to the 3rd stage of the mystic low grade meteor fall incantation. However, the mystic grade was still the mystic grade. Even if the grade was the same, if the transformation was successful, the strength of the astral energy would not change much, but the toughness of the astral energy would increase by a lot, allowing the user to fight longer and have more explosive power. Furthermore, the cultivation speed of the low-grade profound martial art was definitely faster than the top-grade spiritual martial art. Half a month passed quickly. Yi Xing's cultivation had finally reached the peak of level 7. He was only one step away from becoming an 8-star venerable. Of course, this step was not so easy to break through. There was less than a month left until the third genius selection. Even if he was on the 9th floor of the cultivation tower, it would still be difficult to break through in such a short amount of time. Yi Xing stopped cultivating. At this moment, the astral energy in his body had already been converted to the low-grade profound rank falling star incantation and was about 70 to 80% complete. After exiting the cultivation tower, Yi Xing discovered that the student token outside the cultivation tower had become Mo Ye's. Yi Xing knew of Wei Qingxuan's strength. Although Mo Yi was the number 1 student, he might not be able to defeat her. It seemed like she had broken through to the 8th stage of the astral energy realm and left the cultivation tower on her own accord. Yi Xing's guess was correct. When he returned to the 7th pavilion, he saw Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian was indeed an 8-star venerable. Wei Qingxuan's cultivation had no bottleneck. She could break through any stage naturally. In terms of cultivation talent, she was indeed much more talented than Yi Xing. Seeing Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian revealed a sweet smile. After greeting him, she secretly sent a voice transmission. There are only 20 days left until the third genius selection. I plan to return to the Dark Star sect to consolidate my attainments in the Dark Star spiritual body. Are you coming? Of course. Of course I'm going. Yi Xing replied with a nod. Yi Xing's Dark Star spiritual body was already at the Great Perfection Realm. However, it had not reached the Great Perfection Realm. The Great Perfection Realm was the limit of the Dark Star spiritual body. Right now, Yi Xing's physical strength was slightly stronger than an 8-star venerable. However, it was slightly weaker than a 9-star venerable. He needed to use his astral energy to fight a 9-star venerable. From an 8-star venerable to a half-step venerable, Yi Xing's Dark Star spiritual body still had a lot of room for improvement. As for Wei Qingxuan's Dark Star spiritual body, it had not reached the Great Perfection Realm. It was only at the peak of the Great Perfection Realm. Unlike Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian didn't have the black hole astrology and could absorb the dark astral energy limitlessly. Therefore, although she had cultivated the dark astral spirit body longer than Yi Xing, her attainments were lower. When are we going? Now? Wei Qingxian sent a voice transmission. Let's go tomorrow morning. I have something to do today. Yi Xing sent a voice transmission. Wei Qingxian nodded and confirmed the time. Yi Xing put up the Do Not Disturb sign and entered the 7th pavilion. When he returned to his residence, he took out the remaining Tier 12 spiritual corpse jade. Yi Xing was only one step away from the astral 8 stage. If he slowly absorbed the astral energy, it would take a long time. However, the pure astral energy in the Tier 12 spiritual corpse jade was of high quality. It was enough to replace the astral energy needed to break through to the astral 8 stage. If he directly absorbed the corpse jade, his cultivation would naturally break through to the astral 8 stage. Yi Xing now had a 5-star green destiny. There was no cultivation bottleneck in the astral 8 stage. As long as he accumulated enough energy, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the astral 8 stage. Yi Xing sat cross-legged, holding the 12th grade spiritual grade corpse jade in his hand. The incomparably pure star energy flowed through his meridians and into the star vortex in his dantian. Yi Xing quickly refined and absorbed it. Compared to the 9th floor of the cultivation pagoda, directly absorbing the Tier 12 spiritual corpse jade to cultivate was dozens of times faster. As time passed, the number of corpse jades in Yi Xing's hand gradually decreased. However, Yi Xing's cultivation was gradually approaching the astral 8th stage. The gap between them was getting smaller and smaller. He sat there for 20 hours. Day turned to night and night turned to dawn. Whoosh! A surging aura suddenly emitted from the 7th pavilion. Yi Xing's cultivation soared, and there was a qualitative change at this moment. It was a natural breakthrough to the astral 8th stage. I wonder what realm the young genius with the highest cultivation has reached in this year's genius selection. There shouldn't be anyone below the age of 25 who can step into the honorable realm. Now that I'm an 8-star venerable, I have the black hole astrology and the Sagittarius astrology as my trump card. I guess there won't be anyone below the honorable realm who can defeat me. Yi Xing thought to himself. As an 8-star venerable, Yi Xing was full of confidence for this year's genius selection. However, the Deyuan dynasty is the only dynasty that rules the starry continent. As a 3-star power, there will be endless geniuses in the younger generation. The younger generation of the other empires can't be compared to them. I can challenge those of a higher level, and so can other geniuses. I can't underestimate others. Yi Xing was not arrogant. Chapter 549. My goal for this year's selection is to become the son of the stars. I need to be strong enough to defeat all the other geniuses in the younger generation. The stronger I am, the better. Inside the dark astral treasure pagoda, I can increase the strength of my physical body. Furthermore, I can also use the battles in the dark astral treasure pagoda to cultivate a few top-grade spiritual martial arts to the transformation realm. That way, my chances of winning will be higher. Yi Xing's lips curled up into a smile as he thought about it. Yi Xing sealed his cultivation at the 7th level of the astral realm. This was a cultivation sealing technique he learned from Yi Xingkong's storage ring. Before arriving at the Starry Sky Arena, Yi Xing didn't want the Great Yuan dynasty to know that his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the astral realm. Right now, the younger generation of the East Divine Continent should all be at the 7th level of the astral realm. Yi Xing was the same as them, so naturally, he wouldn't attract the attention of the Great Yuan dynasty. Yi Xing let out a long sigh, feeling refreshed as he walked out of the 7th pavilion. At this moment, the eastern horizon was starting to brighten. A new day had arrived. Looking at the first glimmer of dawn, Yi Xing's heart was filled with joy. He felt as if he was the light of dawn, finally breaking through the darkness and welcoming the light. All this time, Yi Xing had been afraid of exposing his black hole constellation and Sagittarius constellation. He didn't dare to use these trump cards in public. But in the 3rd selection, his identity as the Fiend Star of Chaos would be exposed. He would be listed as a must-kill by the Great Yuan dynasty. Why would Yi Xing be afraid of hiding his secret? If there was a need, Yi Xing would definitely use his trump cards in the Grand Arena. No one would be able to stop him from becoming the number 1 ranker on the Destiny rankings and becoming a son of the stars. Early in the morning, the principal of the Blood Edge Academy, Exalted Lord Mo Jian, came to the 7th peak and brought away Yi Xing and Wei Qinxian. Nominally, Honorable Mo Jian was going to bring the two of them for secret training. But in reality, he was going to send them to the Grand Hall of the Grand Canyon in the depths of the Academy's backyard, so that they could head to the Dark Star sect. This trip could take up to 10 days or even half a month. The 3rd Genius tryouts were about to begin in 20 days. At this time, Yi Xing and Wei Qinxian were both key figures in the competition. They would attract a lot of attention, and their sudden disappearance would definitely arouse suspicion. If it was revered Lord Mo Jian who brought the two of them for secret training, then the two of them could reasonably disappear for a period of time. Exalt Mo Jian brought the two of them to the Grand Hall of the Canyon. The Black Biao King was already waiting for them inside. He knew that Yi Xing would return to the Dark Star sect before the third genius selection. Brother He Biao! Sir Emissary! Yi Xing and Wei Qinxian arrived in front of the Black Biao King and cupped their fists in greeting. The Black Tiger King nodded at the two of them and said, "Let's go. The Dark Star Pagoda will be for the two of you to cultivate for the next few days. Try to raise your strength to the peak before the genius tryout." The Black Biao King led the two of them to the back of the Grand Hall and activated the teleportation portal. Soon, they arrived at the teleportation hall of the Dark Star sect. After exiting the teleportation hall, the three of them went straight to the Dark Star Pagoda. Sir Emissary! Outside the Dark Star Pagoda, Zhou Kunshan saw the Black Biao King and quickly bowed. The Black Biao King nodded. Seeing that the pagoda door was closed, he asked, "Who's inside now?" Zhou Kunshan said, "It's the right emissary's disciple, Shimin Zhu." The Dark Star sect had 2 great emissaries, 4 great law kings, and 7 great elders. All of them were Star Sea Realm kings. Among them, the Black Biao King was the left emissary, and the right emissary was Shimin Manqing, also known as King Manqing. The Zhua clan of the Dark Star sect's leader and the Shimin clan of the right emissary were the 2 most powerful clans in the Dark Star sect. Among them, the Zhua clan was passed down from the founder of the Dark Star sect, Zhua Hongyuan, while the Shimin clan was passed down from Zhua Hongyuan's eldest disciple, Shimin Ji. The Dark Star sect had been passed down for almost 2,000 years. The Zhua clan and the Shimin clan had developed to become extremely powerful. The 2 great emissaries, the 4 great law kings, and the 7 great elders occupied more than half of the upper echelons of the sect. Among them, the sect leader, Zhua Xinglong, was the descendant of Zhua Hongyuan and the current head of the Zhua clan. The experts of the other clans combined only occupied a small portion of the upper echelons of the sect. The ancestor of the Shimin clan was the eldest disciple of the founder, Zhua Hongyuan. The Shimin clan and the Zhua clan had a close relationship. Together, they had the right to speak in the Dark Star sect. The Black Biao King and King Manqing, the 2 great emissaries, did not have a harmonious relationship. The Shimin clan, which had the right to speak in the sect, looked down on the weaker clans. Just like the Meng clan of the Diyuan dynasty, which looked down on the Meng clan side branches, the Diyuan royal clan had a hierarchy. It was the same for the Dark Star sect. The Shimin clan only thought that the Zhua clan and the Shimin clan were the main branches. The other clans were only side branches at best. Even though the Black Biao King was a 3-star king and was extremely powerful, he could not dominate the Dark Star sect and be ostracized by the right emissary, King Manqing. "How long has it been since Shimin Zhu went in?" the Black Biao King asked. "Not long ago. Less than an hour ago," Zhou Kunshan said. "Get him out. I will be in charge of the Dark Star Pagoda for the rest of the time. The disciples of the sect are not allowed to enter for now," the Black Biao King said. Shimin Zhu was a 4-star venerable. With his strength, he could stay in the Dark Star Pagoda for a few days without a problem. However, Yi Xing and Wei Qinxian did not have much time. There were less than 20 days before the third genius selection would begin. Time was of the essence. The Black Biao King did not care who was cultivating in the Dark Star Pagoda. Regardless of who it was, they would have to make way for now. There was no difference in waiting for half a month. Zhou Kunshan did not dare to disobey the Black Biao King's order. He controlled the Dark Star Pagoda and forced Shimin Zhu out. "Zhou Kunshan, what are you doing? Why are you forcing me out of the Dark Star Pagoda?" Shimin Zhu was furious. He pointed at Zhou Kunshan and shouted. Although Zhou Kunshan was a high-level astral-reaching realm master, and Shimin Zhu was only a 4-star venerable, as the disciple of Manqing King, his position was higher than Zhou Kunshan's. Shimin Zhu was not an ordinary disciple of Manqing King, but a true disciple. Moreover, he was a 9-star green life disciple. His talent was astonishing. In the future, he would at least become a half-step king or even a king. He had great potential, and was also a core disciple of the Shimen family. His position in the Dark Star sect was naturally not ordinary. It was not something Zhou Kunshan could compare with. Zhou Kunshan did not respond to Shimen Zhu, but looked at the Black Biao King. The Black Biao King said, "In this half a month, I will take the Dark Star Pagoda. Shimen Zhu, you can come back to cultivate after a while." Shimen Zhu saw the Black Biao King, and his expression turned serious. He did not dare to act rashly. However, he did not really respect the Black Biao King in his heart. Shimen Zhu said, "Sir Star Emissary, even if you are the left star emissary of our sect, you cannot take the Dark Star Pagoda by force. It is not like the Dark Star Pagoda is your personal property. Why can't you let me cultivate it? Make up for the first update on the 10th. Brothers, I am far behind in monthly vote. Please give me a monthly vote to calm my nerves and ignite my passion. Tomorrow I will explode. Make up for yesterday's second update, and then return all the monthly votes." Chapter 550. The Black Biao King glanced at Shimen Zhu and said, "I want to occupy the Dark Star Pagoda for half a month. Do you have a problem with that?" Although the Black Biao King was ostracized by the Shimen clan, that was only because of the right emissary King Manqing. The rest of the Shimen clan didn't have the right to ostracize the Black Biao King. As for Shimen Zhu, he didn't even have the right to talk to the Black Biao King. The Black Biao King retorted and released his king's aura. Shimen Zhu felt like the world was spinning, as if the sky was falling down. Dong dong dong. Just a trace of King's aura was enough to push Shimen Zhu back. After retreating 10 steps and waiting for the Black Biao King to disperse the King's aura, Shimen Zhu finally stopped with fear in his eyes. Shimen Zhu said, "Lord Emissary, as a king, how is bullying a junior like me a heroic act? I will definitely tell my master about today's matter, and ask him to make a judgment." The Black Biao King said, "Then go now. I will be here for half a month. King Manqing can come and make a judgment at any time." The Black Biao King was a 3-star king and the strongest in the Dark Star sect. Although King Manqing was also an emissary, he was only a 2-star king. King Manqing used his clan's power to ostracize the Black Biao King, but in reality, the Black Biao King didn't care about King Manqing at all. Not to mention King Manqing, even the Dark Star sect's leader, Zhua Xinglong, could only comfort the Black Biao King. At the Black Biao King's level, who in the entire star continent could suppress him? He usually didn't fight with King Manqing because he didn't want to lower himself to the Black Biao King's level. Now, he wanted to nurture the Demon Star of Chaos, so he only needed to occupy the Dark Star Pagoda for 10 days to half a month. If anyone still dared to complain in front of him, the Black Biao King would tyrannically crush them, no matter who they were. Humph! Shimen Zhu snorted. He didn't dare to anger the Black Biao King's strength. He looked at Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. When his gaze landed on Wei Qingxian, he immediately ignored Yi Xing. Shock filled his eyes. It was the first time he, Shimen Zhu, had seen such a beautiful woman. However, even though Shimen Zhu was young, he was still a 4-star venerable. He would not lose his composure because of a woman. His expression quickly returned to normal, and he turned around to leave. Only one person can enter the Dark Star Pagoda to cultivate at a time. Which one of you will go in first? The Black Biao King said to Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian. To him, Shimen Zhu was like air, and he did not care about her at all. Qingxian, you go first. If I go in, I will stay for a long time. You can go in and cultivate once, then come out and meditate. When I come out, you can go in and cultivate a second time, Yi Xing said. Then I'll go first. Wei Qingxian nodded. Wei Qingxian entered the Dark Star Pagoda, and the pagoda door immediately closed. Yi Xing withdrew his gaze and said, "Brother Black Biao, thank you." The Black Biao King's expression was normal, and he said, "What's there to thank me for?" Yi Xing said, "The Dark Star Pagoda is the treasure of the Dark Star sect, and I am not a disciple of the Dark Star sect. Brother Black Biao, because of me and Qin Xian, you don't allow disciples of the sect to cultivate in the Dark Star Pagoda. This will definitely make many people unhappy." The Black Biao King said indifferently, "If they're unhappy, then they're unhappy. I don't care. My contributions to the sect can't be compared to a dozen days of cultivation in the Dark Star Pagoda. Don't worry about them." Yi Xing nodded. Some words did not need to be said. Even though the Black Biao King did not care about other people's opinions, Yi Xing was still very grateful. The Dark Star Spirit Body was the initial part of a divine-grade body tempering cultivation method. It was definitely an extremely precious treasure in the Dark Star sect, and it was not something ordinary disciples could cultivate. However, the Black Biao King brought Yi Xing here to cultivate, and he did not make Yi Xing make any promises or swear any oaths. Yi Xing was clear that this matter was probably not agreed by every upper echelon of the Dark Star sect. The Black Biao King must have suffered a lot of pressure because of this matter. Wei Qinxian had not returned to the Dark Star Pagoda to cultivate her Dark Star Spirit Body for a year. However, in this 1 year, she had been cultivating body tempering and strengthening her physical body. This time, her Dark Star Spirit Body would definitely have a big breakthrough. She would have to stay in the Dark Star Pagoda for at least a day. The Black Biao King stood like a mountain, no longer speaking. Yi Xing sat on the ground beside him, continuing to cultivate the falling star incantation, completely transforming his astral stars into the profound grade falling star incantation's astral stars. Not long after, Shimen Zhu returned, following behind an old woman who looked to be about 60 years old. This old woman was the right emissary of the Dark Star sect, the famous King Manqing. Black Biao. As soon as King Manqing arrived, he angrily shouted, "A dignified emissary, a Star Sea Realm king, bullying a junior venerable. Do you have any shame?" Although the Black Biao King and King Manqing were both emissaries, because he did not care about power and had no interest in the sect's affairs, he basically did not care about the sect's affairs. As long as the sect leader did not say anything, King Manqing, the right emissary, had the final say in the Dark Star sect's affairs. However, today, the Black Biao King forced King Manqing's disciple out of the Dark Star Pagoda just to let an outsider cultivate. When King Manqing heard this, it was simply heaven-defying. The Black Biao King looked at King Manqing, his aura not inferior in the slightest. He said, "You also know that I am a dignified emissary, a Star Sea Realm king. This king wants to occupy the Dark Star Pagoda for half a month. Your disciple should make way, right? Could it be that your disciple's reputation is greater than mine, a star emissary and a king?" Shimen Zhu said behind King Manqing, "Lord Left Emissary, if you wanted to enter the Dark Star Pagoda to cultivate, I would of course let you in immediately without any complaints. However, Lord Left Emissary stopped me from cultivating and let an outsider enter the Dark Star Pagoda. This makes it difficult for me to swallow this anger." King Manqing chuckled and said, "Black Biao, did you hear that? It's not that my disciple doesn't know the rules, it's that you've gone too far. The Dark Star Spirit Body is a priceless treasure of our sect. There has never been a precedent of it being passed on to outsiders. You let an outsider in to cultivate. This is a guarantee with your life, so it's fine. However, you can't stop my disciple from cultivating because of an outsider. Everything has to be done in order. Immediately let the person in the pagoda out. After my disciple finishes cultivating, he will have the right to enter the Dark Star Pagoda to cultivate." Yi Xing, who was cultivating on the side, opened his eyes. It turned out that the reason he could enter the Dark Star Pagoda to cultivate the Dark Star spirit body was because the Black Biao King had used his life to guarantee to the upper echelons of the Dark Star sect. This made Yi Xing feel deeply moved. King Manqing's words were not without reason. However, this reason depended on who he was talking to. The Black Biao King was a dignified left emissary, a Star Sea Realm king. It was because he was pressed for time that he wanted to occupy the Dark Star Pagoda. It was not wrong for Shimen Zhu to make way. What King Manqing said was reasonable, but his tone was forceful. He was using reason to oppress others. Chapter 551. The hierarchy of the Dark Star sect was higher than the emissaries were higher than the Dharma kings, and the Dharma kings were higher than the elders. As the left emissary, the Dark Star sect's leader was the only one who had a higher position than him. King Manqing was at most his equal. Furthermore, although the two emissaries were of the same rank in name, ever since the establishment of the Dark Star sect, the left emissary with a higher cultivation level had always been placed in the position of the left emissary. Every generation of the left emissary had always been superior to the right emissary. However, this generation was an exception. King Manqing was originally the left emissary, and the previous generations of left emissaries all came from the Shimen clan. More than 100 years ago, the right emissary died of old age, and the Black Tiger King, who was an elder, was promoted to the position of emissary. King Manqing was a 2-star king, and the Black Tiger King was a 3-star king. According to the precedent of the left emissary being the one with the higher cultivation, the Black Tiger King became the left emissary, and King Manqing became the right emissary. King Manqing was the current leader of the Shimen clan, and had once been the left emissary. How could she allow the Black Tiger King to be above her? Naturally, she opposed the Black Tiger King at every turn. The Black Tiger King wasn't interested in politics. Furthermore, the Shimen clan was powerful. Unless he used force, he couldn't win against King Manqing. After becoming the left emissary, the Black Tiger King spent most of his time traveling and doing practical things. He had a high reputation among the Dark Star sect members. Shimen Zhu was only a disciple of the Dark Star sect, and the Black Tiger King was the Dark Star sect's left emissary. Regardless of martial cultivation, their status in the sect was worlds apart. The second in command of the sect wanted to occupy the Dark Star Pagoda, and Shimen Zhu, a junior disciple, had to make way for him. It was only natural. However, Shimen Zhu was still brooding. It was clear that he had no respect for the Black Tiger King. Shimen Zhu alone didn't dare to be disrespectful to the Black Biao King. The reason why Shimen Zhu was disrespectful was naturally because his master, King Manqing, disdained the Black Biao King and suppressed him time and time again. Under the influence of his master, Shimen Zhu naturally didn't care about the Black Biao King. From the fact that King Manqing stood up for Shimen Zhu and came knocking on their door, it could be seen to what extent King Manqing suppressed the Black Biao King. With the Black Biao King's status, not to mention delaying Shimen Zhu from entering the Dark Astral Pagoda for half a month, even slapping Shimen Zhu would not be a big deal. There was only one reason why King Manqing would denounce her for such a small matter, and that was that no matter what it was, as long as it was related to the Black Tiger King, she would stand on the winning side and absolutely not suffer a loss. Once a woman became narrow-minded, it was very scary. Even though Manqing King was a king, he couldn't tolerate the Black Biao King. She wanted to remind the Black Puma King and everyone else at all times who was the true number 2 figure of the Dark Star Church. The Black Biao King was a free and easy person. For the past 100 years, no matter what happened, he didn't haggle with the old woman, King Manqing. After all, King Manqing was more than 400 years older than him and was of the same generation as his master. There were some things that the Black Biao King gave in to her. However, the Black Biao King had his own principles and bottom line when dealing with matters. Today, King Manqing had come to denounce him for such a small matter. This touched the Black Biao King's bottom line, and the Black Biao King could not back down. The Black Biao King said, "Who does your disciple think he is? In front of this king, does he have the right to be first come first serve? Today this king will say it here. In this half a month, the dark astral pagoda will be occupied by this king. No one can use it." King Manqing shouted angrily, "Black Biao, you are impudent." The Black Biao King snorted coldly and said, "Impudent? It is impudent for someone of low status to be arrogant in front of someone of high status. King Manqing, you and I are both emissaries. What right do you have to say these two words? Your disciple Shimanju is the impudent one in front of this king." "Ha ha!" King Manqing sneered and said, "Black Biao, you are only a junior in front of this king. You dare to be rude. If this is not impudent, then what is?" In the world of martial Tao, unless there was a blood relationship or a master-disciple relationship, seniority was not determined by age, but by cultivation. The Black Biao King had long been a 3-star king, and his cultivation was a realm higher than King Manqing's. However, King Manqing always considered herself a senior and treated the Black Biao King as a junior. It was precisely because of King Manqing's tit-for-tat that the Black Biao King especially hated seniority and liked to talk with people of the same generation. When King Manqing said this, the Black Biao King's face also turned cold, and he said, "You can think whatever you want, but for this half a month, this king has the final say in the dark astral pagoda. Don't even think about touching it." In any case, it was impossible for the Black Biao King to back down, so he could only challenge. "You are rebelling." King Manqing's face was cold. This was the first time the Black Biao King had fought with her, and it made her very angry. However, seeing that the Black Biao King had no intention of backing down, King Manqing could not order the Black Biao King around. Her gaze swept towards Zhou Kunshan, and she shouted, "Zhou Kunshan, open the dark astral pagoda and let the people inside come out." This. Zhou Kunshan looked at the Black Biao King with a troubled expression, and was in a dilemma. This was truly a fight between immortals, and mortals suffered. No matter who Zhou Kunshan listened to, it would not end well for him. The Black Biao King waved at Zhou Kunshan, "You, come here." Zhou Kunshan walked over, and the Black Biao King chopped down with his palm, striking the back of Zhou Kunshan's neck. Zhou Kunshan immediately fainted on the ground. The Black Biao King knew that Zhou Kunshan was in a dilemma, so he directly knocked him out. If he did not open the dark astral pagoda, King Manqing could not blame Zhou Kunshan. King Manqing thought that the Black Biao King would give in and let Zhou Kunshan open the dark astral pagoda. Who would have thought that the Black Biao King would directly knock Zhou Kunshan out? Her anger rose with a whoosh. King Manqing angrily shouted, "Good! Good! Good Black Biao, you must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall today. Are you determined to go against this old one?" The Black Biao King said indifferently, "King Manqing, one should know when to stop. I gave you face, so you have to cherish it. Don't be shameless. What right do you have to yell in front of this king?" A person's emotions were closely related to their heart. From another perspective, if the Black Biao King treated King Manqing like how King Manqing treated him, King Manqing would have long been fuming with anger. However, the Black Biao King had always been calm and did not take King Manqing's suppression to heart. Today, the Black Biao King had only gone against her once, and King Manqing was already extremely angry. There was a big difference between a petty person and a free and easy person. King Manqing's face was completely ashen as he said angrily, "You're rebelling. Black Biao, you're really rebelling. You think that everything will be fine after knocking Zhou Kunshan out? This old one will personally kick the person in the pagoda out." As he spoke, King Manqing slapped towards the dark astral pagoda. How terrifying was the attack of a king! King Manching wanted to forcefully shake the person in the pagoda out. If that was the case, the person in the pagoda would definitely be severely injured. To those who like to watch movies, I recommend a good movie, Journey to the West: The Return of the Great Sage. It's a domestic animated movie, a work of conscience. Chocolate went to the cinema to watch it twice. It's very good. If you're interested, you can go and watch it when you have time. Chapter 552. The Black Biao King's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the Dark Star Pagoda, striking out with his palm. The void in front of him shook, and the air suddenly compressed like a wall, turning into heavy waves that rolled back. Bang! With a crisp sound, the palm print that King Manching sent out was instantly shattered. The shock wave that swept out like a gale was extremely terrifying. King Manching's body shook, and his expression changed as he involuntarily retreated a dozen steps. Shimen Zhu, who was beside King Manching, let out a miserable groan as he was sent flying by the palm wind. In an instant, he flew 1,000 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air. The aura on the Black Biao King's body rose again, forming an invisible aura that changed the color of the sky. The gale swept out, forming a huge vortex in the clouds. In the center of the vortex, thunder roared and lightning flashed. The terrifying aura was appalling. The Black Biao King was furious. He was seething with anger. King Manching had actually forcefully attacked, wanting to blast out the person in the Dark Star Pagoda. He didn't care about the life or death of the person in the pagoda, and this completely infuriated the Black Biao King. The Black Biao King was enraged, and his king's aura completely erupted. All the martial artists in the Dark Star sect felt their hearts tremble, and they felt an inexplicable panic. They all looked in the direction of the Dark Star Pagoda. Just looking at the vortex in the sky, the martial artists of the Dark Star sect all paled. What kind of powerful cultivator was able to create such a terrifying phenomenon? The Black Biao King glared angrily at King Manching and shouted, "Shimen Manching, you old hag, this king has retreated time and time again. Do you really think this king is afraid of you? If you dare to attack again, don't think that this king won't cut you down just because you're an old hag. Come on!" As the Black Biao King roared, his aura increased, and a gale swept through the sky. The vortex spun even more terrifyingly, and that terrifying aura pressed down. Even though King Manching was a 2-star king, he still found it difficult to breathe, as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. This time, the Black Biao King was truly enraged. He completely turned hostile and no longer backed down. He directly called King Manching by her name, and even called her an old hag. Since she didn't want face, the Black Biao King wouldn't give her any more face. King Manching trembled in anger. The Black Biao King's ruckus had attracted the attention of all the cultivators of the Dark Star Church. Shimen Manching, had been a star emissary for hundreds of years. She was a 2-star king, and even the Dark Star sect leader had to respect her. Yet today, someone had called her by her name and even called her an old granny. Most importantly, the Black Tiger King's roar had been heard by countless Dark Star sect's martial practitioners. This was truly a great loss of face for her. However, the Black Biao King had actually erupted with such a terrifying aura. Even Manching King was apprehensive. She could only use her aura to suppress the Black Biao King. In terms of strength, how could a 2-star king like her be a match for a 3-star king like the Black Biao King? If they were to really fight, then the one to suffer would be her, Shimen Manching. Thus, King Manching was unable to do anything about the Black Biao King's rage. King Manching pointed at the Black Biao King, his finger trembling from anger. He angrily said, "Black Biao, you dare to be so disrespectful to me? You've gone against the heavens. I'll report this matter to the sect leader and have him punish you." The Black Biao King had suppressed his anger for a long time. In the past, he had taken into consideration King Manqing's face. After all, the other party had some friendship with his master. However, King Manqing had always refused to give face. Now that they had completely fallen out, the Black Biao King's heart was free and at ease. The Black Biao King said, "Old Granny, go ahead and report. Even if the sect leader comes, this king will still occupy this Dark Star Pagoda for half a month." The Black Biao King's voice was loud and clear. He knew that the Dark Star sect leader had already come. This time, he had made it clear that no one could stop him. "Ah, junior brother, why do you have to make such a ruckus? Everyone knows that the left and right emissaries don't get along. You're making a fool of yourself in front of the sect's disciples." Although the Dark Star sect leader hadn't appeared, his voice was transmitted over. The left and right emissaries didn't get along well. As the sect leader, it wasn't easy for him to manage them. However, apart from him, who else could manage the battle between the left and right emissaries? He had to intervene to avoid embarrassment. The Dark Star sect leader naturally didn't appear and mediated in secret. The Dark Star sect leader had a love-hate relationship with the Black Biao King. When the Black Biao King was young, he had been taken in as a disciple by the previous Dark Star sect leader. At that time, Zhuo Xinglong was already a king. He had taken great care of this junior brother of his. Most of the time, Zhuo Xinglong had taught the Black Biao King many things on behalf of his master. However, the Black Biao King's aptitude was quite high. As his cultivation increased and almost caught up to his senior brother, Zhuo Xinglong's mentality changed. The Dark Star sect leader's position had always been passed down from generation to generation. However, there were exceptions where it was passed down to someone with a different surname. 1,000 years ago, there was a genius from the Shiman clan who was too monstrous. He had become a 3-star king before the age of 100 and was passed down to the sect leader. This sect leader had only been in the position for less than 100 years before he died in the battle with the Great Yuan dynasty. In this period of time, the Shiman clan had developed extremely quickly. They were almost a level higher than the Zhuo clan. If it wasn't for the sect leader's early death, the Shiman clan would have definitely become the #1 clan in the Dark Star sect. The sect leader's position would have been passed down from generation to generation. There were rumors that the sect leader of the Shiman clan had fallen into the trap of the Great Yuan dynasty because someone in the sect had purposely leaked his whereabouts. However, this rumor was absolutely forbidden in the Dark Star sect. If someone had purposely leaked his whereabouts, the biggest suspect would be the Zhuo clan. The Zhuo clan was the #1 clan in the Dark Star sect. They definitely wouldn't allow such a rumor to spread. However, it was better to prevent people from spreading it. With such a rumor circulating in the dark, the Zhuo clan couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. With the precedent of that genius from the Shiman clan becoming the sect leader, Zhuo Xinglong was worried that He Biao would surpass him and become the sect leader, treating He Biao as a competitor. Once He Biao became a competitor, the relationship between him and Zhuo Xinglong would naturally weaken. He Biao King had no intention of becoming the sect leader. The previous sect leader was also a member of the Zhuo clan. In the end, the sect leader's position still fell to Zhuo Xinglong. However, their relationship had broken down, and it was extremely difficult to restore it. Some of the things that had been done couldn't be ignored. Therefore, the sect leader of the Dark Star sect, Zhuo Xinglong, and He Biao had a brotherly relationship as well as some distant feelings. Ever since the two of them rose to high positions, they rarely communicated with each other. When the sect leader's voice sounded, Manqing King's eyes lit up. Before He Biao King could say anything, Manqing King had already said loudly, "Sect leader, He Biao is too lawless. Not only did he attack me, he also injured my disciple. He is so arrogant and reckless. Please punish him." I recommend a novel Saint's Disciple. Book number 3508147. It's a new fantasy novel by my good friend Lonesome Reads, South China. Brothers who are in the middle of a book can go take a look and see if it's your cup of tea. Chapter 553. The Black Biao King smiled faintly and said, "Sect leader, you've seen it yourself. For some people, the more you give in, the more they'll push their luck. I've had enough of this old woman. Since we've turned against each other today, I'll make it clear that no one can change anything. Even if you kick me out of the Dark Star sect, I'll still use the Dark Star Pagoda for half a month. Sect leader, with my contribution to the Dark Star sect, half a month's worth of cultivation rights should be enough, right?" Yi Xing, who wasn't far from the Black Biao King, suddenly felt his heart tremble. He felt a powerful aura lock onto him. It was as if an expert was sizing him up. The Dark Star sect leader's voice rang out again. "Junior brother, you're exaggerating. You're one of the pillars of the Dark Star sect, and I'm not crazy. Why would I kick you out of the Dark Star sect? However, that youth beside you is the chaotic era demon star you spoke of, right? You're a 3-star king and our star emissary. Is it worth it to fall out with the right star emissary for him?" The Black Biao King and Manqing King fell out because of Wei Qingxian in the pagoda, not because of Yi Xing. However, strictly speaking, it didn't make a difference whether it was Wei Qingxian or Yi Xing. It was only because Wei Qingxian was cultivating in the pagoda, and Yi Xing hadn't entered yet. The Black Biao King said, "This isn't a matter of whether it's worth it or not. It's just that this old woman has been showing off in front of me for the past 100 years. I merely saw that she was an old woman with one foot in the grave, so I didn't want to lower myself to her level. However, she took an inch and wanted a mile. I couldn't take it anymore, so there's no need to take it anymore. She's only a 2-star king, and her chi and blood are old. I can easily suppress her. What qualifications does she have to take advantage of her seniority and point fingers at me? If she still wants to step on my head, then I can only throw her down. If I don't hurt her, she won't know that I, the Black Biao King, am a 3-star king." Although the Black Pangolin King was speaking the truth, Manqing Monarch was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She had always chosen to ignore the fact that the Black Pangolin King was a 3-star king, and had constantly proven that she was the number 2 figure of the Dark Star Church. Now, the Black Biao King had made it clear that he was a 3-star king, while King Manqing was only a 2-star king. She didn't have the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath as him. This was simply a promotion to King Manqing's sore spot. This was precisely what she was unwilling to admit the most. As if his reverse scale had been touched, King Manqing flew into a rage and shouted, "Cult leader, listen to him, what is he saying?" What did he say? I was already the left star emissary 400 years ago. Even if I moved to the position of the right star emissary later on, I am not someone who can be compared to him. Who does he think he is? How dare he bully me like this? The Black Tiger King grunted coldly and said, "Old Granny, since you look down on this king, then let's fight today and decide who's superior. Let's see exactly who's worth." Enough. The Dark Star cult leader's voice rang out, containing a trace of anger. He, the cult leader, had already stepped forward. If the 2-star emissaries still fought, then it would show that he, the Dark Star cult leader, was incompetent. The Dark Star cult leader shouted, "The Dark Star Pagoda will be under the control of the Left Star emissary for the next half a month. No one is allowed to interfere." King Manqing was stunned. She thought she had misheard. Shocked, she asked, "Cult leader, what did you say?" The Dark Star cult leader's tone was very displeased. "Right Star emissary, you are a few hundred years older than us. You should be a person of virtue and prestige. Don't use your seniority to bully others. Moreover, the Left Star emissary is a 3-star king. How can she be bullied by you? Stop asking for trouble and go back." If you insist on being stubborn, then I won't interfere in today's matter. You can settle it in private. Don't bother me." As soon as he finished speaking, the Dark Star cult leader's aura disappeared. It was obvious that he had retreated. King Manching wanted to use the Dark Star cult leader's power to attack the Black Panther King, but in the end, her wish fell through. If the Dark Star cult leader didn't interfere, she wouldn't dare to provoke the Black Panther King. If the Black Panther King suppressed her, then she would lose all her face and wouldn't be able to raise her head again. Humph! King Manching snorted angrily. She cursed the Black Panther King countless times in her heart. She even looked at Yi Xing with hatred. After giving him a fierce glare, she turned and left. Yi Xing was speechless. He hadn't even said a word to this old woman, but she gave him a fierce glare. How unlucky! King Manching had retreated. The Black Panther King wanted to occupy the Dark Star Pagoda for half a month. Naturally, the remaining warriors of the Dark Star cult didn't dare to come to the Dark Star Pagoda. Soon, the place quieted down. The Black Panther King stood like a mountain with an indifferent expression. He wasn't affected by King Manching's disturbance. Yi Xing quickly calmed down and continued to cultivate the Falling Star incantation and transform Star Force. Not long after, Zhou Kunshan woke up. Seeing that the right emissary was gone, he knew that the right emissary had left. He thought that it was lucky that he was knocked out by the left emissary. Otherwise, if the right emissary hated him, his days would be difficult. After more than a day, Yi Xing's star force had been completely transformed. The seventh level of the superior spirit level Falling Star incantation had been successfully transformed into the third level of the inferior profound level Falling Star incantation. Yi Xing still had the inferior profound level Falling Star incantation in his mind. He didn't need to worry about it before he reached the Star Sea realm. Although the third level of the inferior profound level Falling Star incantation was comparable to the superior spirit level Falling Star incantation, the higher the level, the faster the cultivation. Even if there were other warriors who had cultivated the superior spirit level cultivation incantation to the perfection realm when they were 8 stars venerated masters, their cultivation speed couldn't be compared to Yi Xing's. However, it wasn't easy to cultivate the superior spirit level cultivation incantation to the perfection realm. Many 9 stars venerated masters might not be able to do it. Therefore, Yi Xing's cultivation speed was much faster than warriors of the same level. After Yi Xing's star force had been completely transformed, Wei Qingxian came out of the Dark Star Pagoda 4 hours later. Although she was a little tired, Wei Qingxian was very happy. She had benefited a lot in the Dark Star Pagoda this time. Her Dark Star incantation must have reached the perfection realm, but she didn't know what level it had reached. From 6 stars venerated masters to half-step venerated masters, they all belonged to the perfection realm of the Dark Star incantation. Currently, Yi Xing's physical strength was between 8 stars venerated masters and 9 stars venerated masters. He was already halfway to the perfection realm. After Wei Qingxian came out of the Dark Star Pagoda, Yi Xing entered the pagoda and quickly arrived at the 4th floor. With Yi Xing's attainments in the Dark Star incantation, only the dark figures equivalent to 9 stars venerated masters or half-step venerated masters would have an effect on his Dark Star incantation. The dark figures on the 4th floor were all 6 stars venerated masters. With Yi Xing's dragon blood spear in hand, he killed every one that came out. Add the second update on the 10th. It's Monday. Looking for recommendation tickets. Try to be more popular today. Chapter 554. Yi Xing was an exalted 8-star venerable, a perfect extreme spiritual martial artist, and 3 forces of heaven and earth as one. Even if he didn't use his astrology, he was still one of the top enlightened masters. Yi Xing kept killing. One shadow after another was destroyed by the dragon blood spear. Even the shadow equivalent to Exalted 9-star Venerable was no exception. It couldn't block Yi Xing's spear at all. Ever since Yi Xing killed the dark figure that was equivalent to the Venerable 9 stars, his body had absorbed the dark star force that the dark figure had turned into after its collapse. His attainments in the dark star spirit body had continued to improve. As time passed, more and more shadow equivalent to Exalted 9-star Venerable died under the dragon blood spear. Yi Xing's body continued to strengthen, and his strength gradually increased. In the end, he reached the level of Exalted 9-star. His powerful body gave Yi Xing the ability to fight for a long time. After an unknown period of time, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from the 4th floor of the pagoda. A shadow equivalent to a half-step Exalted appeared. A half-step Exalted had the astral energy in his body strengthened to the extreme of the astral realm. He could also communicate with a trace of the universe's power. He was far stronger than Exalted 9-star. Although he couldn't compare to a real Exalted, a half-step Exalted was still a Exalted. He was extremely powerful. Boom! The half-step Martial Highness dark figure threw out a punch, causing the space in front of him to explode with a loud explosion. Yi Xing immediately felt a terrifying pressure. It was as if the void around him had become hard and was squeezing him. The power of a single punch had compressed the air into a wall. Even for an ordinary opponent, just the compression of the air would cause their body to explode and they would die. Just the pressure of the void was so terrifying. How powerful was this punch? It was even more shocking. Yi Xing immediately felt that it was difficult to move. He felt as if he had sunk into the ground. The void around him was like mud and sand, restricting his movements. Wind Shadow Spear Technique. Yi Xing couldn't dodge in time, so he stabbed out with his spear. In an instant, the spear shot out like a stream of light and stabbed out dozens of times. Bang 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 bang. The half-step Venerable dark figure maintained the same punch. The astral spear in front of him was completely shattered by the punch. Yi Xing was startled as the dragon blood spear in his hand buzzed from the impact. Dong 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 dong. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing retreated several dozen steps. The strength of a half-step Martial Highness was too terrifying. Without a strong attack power, it was useless if one only had a fast attack speed. A streak of starlight shot out from between Yi Xing's eyebrows, turning into a flaming star that hung high in the sky. The extreme level of the flame astral aspect was activated, and the terrifying astral power fell. Yi Xing's strength skyrocketed, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Yi Xing was not afraid at all even if he was going against someone who was half a step away from being a martial honor. He was extremely confident. Boom! The half-Martial Highness Realm dark figure threw out another punch. The space shook violently as the gust of the punch instantly arrived. Kill! Yi Xing shouted. The dragon blood spear shone brightly as he stabbed out, turning into nearly 100 spear shadows that swept out like a gust of wind. Bang 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 bang. The dark figure's gust of wind contained terrifying power. Dozens of the astral spear shadows were shattered by the punch. Yi Xing felt the power from the dragon blood spear, and his arm felt slightly numb. The strength of a half-step martial honor was indeed terrifying. Even if Yi Xing used the extreme level of the star aspect, it was still not easy to deal with. However, this time, Yi Xing's astral spear shadows were much more powerful than when he didn't use the star aspect. There were many astral spears, and some of the astral spears that were at the edge of the fist shadows were not shattered by the astral spears. Instead, they penetrated the fist shadows and attacked the dark figure. The dark figure flashed and dodged the attack of the astral spears at an extremely fast speed. Once again, he performed an extreme-level spiritual martial art fist technique and attacked Yi Xing. Bang bang bang, bang 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 bang. Yi Xing used the Wind Shadow Spear art to fight against the enemy. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, There were layers upon layers of spear shadows that flashed like flowing light, ruthlessly attacking the dark figure. The dark figure's strength was indeed powerful. In the face of such a dense attack of astral spears, a punch was enough to shatter one of them. The remaining astral spears were dodged with speed, and were not at a disadvantage. At every moment, Yi Xing and the dark figure were colliding countless times, and the sound of explosions was unceasing. Ever since the Wind Shadow Spear art had broken through to the Perfection Realm, Yi Xing had never encountered such an evenly matched battle. The dragon blood spear in his hand was thrusting out faster and faster, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. His martial arts potential was quickly being stimulated in this intense battle. Suddenly, a light flashed in Yi Xing's mind. His comprehension of the Wind Shadow Spear art had reached a new height. Breaking through to the Perfection Realm was the Perfection Realm. In an instant, Yi Xing's spear speed increased by a large margin. Every thrust of his spear was like an antelope's horn, untraceable. The number of spear shadows in the surroundings suddenly increased and became denser. Moreover, the power of each spear was even more terrifying. Puff, puff, puff. Even though the dark figure's attainments in the Perfection Realm were extremely high, and the power of his fist was also incomparably strong, it was still unable to shatter so many astral spears. In the blink of an eye, the dark figure was struck several times, and several holes were pierced in his body. The dark figure roared angrily, and immediately changed from offense to defense. Both of his fists were used to defend in all directions, and transformed into an astral fist that enveloped him, shattering all of the astral spears that were thrusting from all directions. Yi Xing unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks on the dark figure. With every thrust of his spear, his understanding of the Wind Shadow Spear arts deepened. He became more and more familiar with it, and his spear arts became more and more godly. In the end, the dark figure was still unable to block Yi Xing's perfect spear art. The dragon blood spear broke through the opponent's astral fist defense, and very quickly, the dark figure was defeated, turning into a high-quality dark astral power that was absorbed by Yi Xing whoosh. Just as this dark figure was killed by Yi Xing, another terrifying aura came. On the fourth floor of the pagoda, another half-step honorable realm dark figure appeared. Yi Xing's Wind Shadow Spear art had reached the Perfection Realm, and he could even kill a half-step honorable realm expert. However, Yi Xing put away the dragon blood spear. Not only did he need to kill the dark figure and cultivate the dark spirit body, he also needed to cultivate martial arts. Now that the Wind Shadow Spear art had reached the Perfection Realm, Yi Xing also needed to cultivate another extreme spiritual martial art, the Sky-Burning Sun Fist, to the Perfection Realm. After the Sky-Burning Sun Fist, it was the archery art, the Black Flame Arrow art. Although Yi Xing's current strength was enough to kill a half-step honorable realm expert, and his chances of winning the third round of the competition were very high, Yi Xing still needed to raise his strength as much as possible. It was better to be safe than sorry. Qin Wentian had to obtain the number 1 Son of the Stars on the Heavenly Fate rankings. He had to be prepared to face off against the strongest opponents and raise his strength to the limit. Chapter 555. Although the Sky-Burning Sun Fist and the Black Flame Arrow art were also at perfection, the time needed to reach perfection was much shorter than the Wind Shadow Spear art. Therefore, these two extreme-rank spirit martial arts were much harder to break through to perfection than the Wind Shadow Spear art, and would take much longer. However, Yi Xing had a super brain and an amazing comprehension ability. As long as there was an opportunity to break through to perfection, he would be able to grasp it accurately. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before these two extreme-rank spirit martial arts reached perfection. It was the same as the first time he had entered the Dark Star Pagoda. When he was tired, he would return to the second floor to rest. When he was well rested, he would return to the fourth floor to continue the battle. Yixing used all of his trump cards. One after another, the half-step venerable dark figures fell under his hands. While his martial attainment increased, his body also absorbed the dark star power and continued to strengthen. A few days later, Yixing's sky-burning sun fist successfully broke through to perfection. Yixing switched to archery to kill his enemies. His archery attainment of Heart 6 transformations, Black Flame Arrow Art at perfection, Dark Aura and Fire Aura of One with the Heavens, Peak Extreme Rank Spirit Weapon Big Dipper Bow, Physical Strength equivalent to Venerable 9 stars, and Extreme Grade Fire Astral Form. Yixing still hadn't used Sagittarius constellation to increase the power of his arrows. He had only used the other aspects of his strength. The arrows shot out by the Big Dipper Bow had already reached a frightening level. Even the half-step venerable dark figures couldn't block more than a few arrows before they were killed. As more and more half-step venerable dark figures were killed, Yixing's body gradually strengthened. His dark star spirit body was getting closer and closer to perfection. His physical strength had already surpassed Venerable 9 stars, and was about to reach half-step Venerable realm. Using archery to kill the dark figures was too fast. In comparison, Yixing's dark spirit body improved the fastest when he was practicing archery. Before the black flame arrow technique reached the transformation stage, Yixing's dark star spirit body had already reached the great perfection stage. Full circle was the limit of the dark star spirit body. If he wanted to improve further, he would have to go to the 5th level and learn the dark star Xian body cultivation method. By refining his body into a dark star Xian body, he would be able to compete with astral reaching realm experts with just the power of his body. The dark figure on the 5th floor should be at least a 1-star venerable. With Yixing's current strength, he was not qualified to challenge the 5th floor. Therefore, it would be good if he could cultivate the dark star spirit body to the limit. Although the dark star Xian body was powerful, it was not something that Yixing could touch right now. Yixing continued to cultivate on the 4th floor of the Dark Star Pagoda. His physical strength had reached the level of a half-step honorable. He withdrew his astrology, worldly momentum, and other aspects of his strength. He only relied on his attainments in archery to fight his enemies. In this way, killing the half-step honorable dark figure would be a lot more difficult. However, it would be more beneficial for the cultivation of the black flame arrow art. After cultivating bitterly for more than a day, Yixing's black flame arrow art finally had an opportunity to break through to the perfection realm. Yixing was blessed with good fortune. The black flame arrow art was displayed in his hands, reaching perfection. There were no moves or styles, but it possessed an extremely frightening power. Puff! The perfection realm black flame arrow art was displayed. An arrow shot out explosively, killing the half-step honorable dark figure. The power of archery is indeed powerful. I haven't used the power of the astrology and worldly momentum yet. If I were to use all of my strength, how powerful would the arrow be? What if I add the power of the Sagittarius constellation? Yixing's eyes shone. Even if his wind shadow spear art and great sun burning sky fist were also at the perfection realm, the black flame arrow art was still a heaven-defying trump card. Even Yixing himself wasn't sure how powerful the arrow would be if he were to use all of his trump cards. At the very least, a half-step honorable expert would definitely be killed in an instant. There was no doubt about it. Yixing left the Dark Star Pagoda and asked about the time. He had stayed in the Dark Star Pagoda for 8 days. He was also secretly estimating the time inside the pagoda. There wasn't much difference. His perfection realm. Hearing Yixing say that his dark star spirit body had reached the perfection realm, Zhou Kunshan sucked in a breath of cold air. The Black Biao King also exclaimed. The first time he cultivated the dark star spirit body, he reached the perfection realm. The second time he cultivated, he reached the perfection realm. Since the establishment of the Dark Star sect, there had never been someone who could cultivate the Dark Star spirit body so quickly. Yi Xing was like a person who was born for the Dark Star spirit body. This speed shocked even the Black Biao King. The more shocked the Black Biao King was, the happier he was. This proved that his philosophy was correct. A demon star in troubled times was indeed extraordinary. He believed that Yi Xing would definitely have a heaven-defying performance in the future. The Black Biao King's eyes shone brightly. He saw the light of hope. Perhaps the destruction of the Great Yuan dynasty could really come true on Yi Xing, this demon star in troubled times. These days, Wei Qingxian didn't mind being outside the Dark Star Pagoda. She had been bitterly cultivating her body technique. After Yi Xing came out of the Dark Star Pagoda, she went in to cultivate again. This time, the cultivation time was relatively shorter. She came out of the pagoda after about a day. My physical body has been cultivated to between an 8-star venerable and a 9-star venerable. I can no longer absorb any more dark star energy. The dark star spirit body can't be improved for the time being. Wei Qingxian came out and spoke of her attainments in the dark star spirit body. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Xing. Yi Xing's cultivation of the dark star spirit body was really abnormal. Her attainments in the Dark Star spirit body were about the same as Yi Xing's when he first cultivated it. But Yi Xing had already reached the great circle of the Dark Star spirit body. The next breakthrough would be the cultivation of the Dark Star Xian body. Very good. The strength of the two of you is definitely not inferior to the top geniuses of the Great Yuan dynasty. Especially brother Yi Xing. This time, I have high hopes for you to win and become the son of the stars. The Black Biao King smiled. He was very happy. There were only a few days left until the genius selection. The Black Biao King brought the two of them back to the Blood Edge Academy through the transmission array. Honorable Mo Jian was waiting in the grand hall of the Valley Deep in the backyard. When he saw Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian return, he did not ask about the two of them in the Dark Star sect. The next day, Honorable Mo Jian led the junior geniuses of the Blood Edge Empire, who were participating in the third genius selection from the Academy to the Divine Continent Mountain. At the foot of the Divine Continent Mountain, there was a huge transmission array. It was the only Class 5 transmission array in the East Divine Continent. A Level 5 teleportation formation required much more energy than a Level 4 teleportation formation. Every time it was activated, it would consume a huge amount of energy. Normally, this teleportation formation would be sealed. It would only be activated when the East Divine Continent and the Middle Sky Continent had business dealings. The junior geniuses who were participating in the third genius selection were led by their seniors to the Divine Continent Mountain. A year had passed, and the junior geniuses of the East Divine Continent had all improved in their cultivation. Compared to a year ago, they had undergone a complete transformation. Chapter 556. Among the younger generation of the Blood Edge Empire, Mo Tong and Mo Mingwei were among the top 10 geniuses, while Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian were among the rising stars. Therefore, the arrival of the Bloody Edge Empire's warriors immediately attracted the attention of the younger geniuses. Many of them looked over with fighting spirit. After a year of cultivation, all the geniuses of the younger generation had improved. They were all unconvinced of the geniuses who had once suppressed them. Mo Tong was the number 1 genius of the 10 great geniuses. Many of the younger geniuses wanted to challenge him, to take his position and replace him. However, these young geniuses did not know that this first-ranked genius had already lost to Yi Xing at the beginning of the year. Although this had caused a sensation in the Bloody Edge Academy, it had not spread to the outside world. Mo Tong was a member of the royal family of the Blood Edge Empire, while Yi Xing was just a foreign student who had just entered the Blood Edge Academy. Emotong's defeat made all the other students feel ashamed, so of course they wouldn't spread the news. Yi Xing also didn't deliberately spread the news, so the other warriors naturally didn't know. Currently, Emotong's cultivation had already broken through to the 7th level of the Astral Star Realm. His strength was comparable to an 8-star Venerable Master. However, he did not have the guts to ask Yi Xing to take back the stage. When Yi Xing defeated him, he was only a 6-star Venerable. Now Yi Xing was a 7th-star Venerable. Emotong knew how powerful Yi Xing was. He had no chance of winning at the same level. He was sure that if he challenged Yi Xing, he would be asking for trouble. The result would be the same as last time. Emotong, do you dare to fight me? Not long after the warriors of the Bloody Edge Empire arrived, Yi Wuyan flew over, flapping a pair of wings on a supreme-grade flying spiritual tool. Among the top 10 geniuses, Yi Wuyan was ranked 2nd, while Emotong was ranked 1st. A year ago, Yi Wuyan had only been defeated by Emotong. A year later, Yi Wuyan had become a 7-star Venerable, and his strength was much stronger than before. He did not believe that Emotong could defeat him. Although Emotong had been defeated by Yi Xing, he still had his pride. He did not take the other geniuses seriously. Why wouldn't I? Emotong shouted and flew out from the group of Shuefeng Empire warriors. With Yi Xing by his side, Emotong's number 1 ranking was just a joke. This made Emotong very depressed, and a flame of fury burned in his heart. However, he did not dare to vent his anger on Yi Xing. Now that Yi Wuyan had challenged him, Emotong could vent his anger on Yi Wuyan. Fierce Blood Claw. Emotong flew out and without saying a word, he performed the extreme spiritual martial art, Fierce Blood Claw, and grabbed at Yi Wuyan. A giant blood-red claw tore through the air current. It contained terrifying power and instantly reached for Yi Wuyan's head. Although he did not use his astrology, Emotong did not show any mercy when he attacked. His strength was fully unleashed. Black Flame Palm. Yi Wuyan suddenly emitted a scorching aura. It seemed that there was a flame burning in his body. A ball of invisible flame gushed out in an instant. He slapped at the blood claw in the sky with one palm and slapped at Emotong with the other. The blood claw in the sky was smashed by the black flame palm. The blood chi was burned into nothingness by the black flame. Emotong clawed out again and shattered Yi Wuyan's black flame palm. The two of them were evenly matched. Bang 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 in the blink of an eye, the two made more than 10 moves in a row, but they could not defeat each other. Whoosh, whoosh. After 10 moves, the two used their astrology at the same time. Emotong's astral power was a notch above Yi Wuyan's. Soon, the evenly matched situation between the two was broken. Yi Wuyan was forced to retreat. After 20 moves, Yi Wuyan was defeated. I admit defeat. Humph. You overestimate yourself. Emotong raised his head slightly, revealing a sense of arrogance. Ever since he was defeated by Yi Xing in the academy, Emotong's heart had only been suppressed. It had been a long time since he felt this comfortable. However, when Emotong thought of Yi Xing, the arrogance on his face dimmed a little. Yi Xing had become his inner demon. His pride was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Xing. Emotong shook his head and dispelled these negative thoughts. He thought to himself, among the younger generation, I'm only inferior to Yi Xing. The rest of the geniuses are nothing in front of me. Thinking of this, Emotong felt much better in his heart. The pride on his face returned. However, he did not know that among the younger generation of the Blood Edge Empire, besides Yi Xing, there was also Wei Qingxian, an 8-star Venerable. Wei Qingxian did not suppress her cultivation. However, since she did not use her astral energy, the aura of her cultivation did not leak out. Other than Venerables, the rest of the martial artists could not see through her cultivation. Naturally, venerables would not be so bored as to point out that Wei Qingxian was an 8-star venerable. As for Yi Xing, he used a secret technique to suppress his cultivation. Even venerables could not see through his true cultivation. They could only see that he was a 7-star venerable. Some of the younger generation of the 10 prodigies were already at the 7th level of the astral realm. The 7-star venerable was not outstanding at all. Mo Tong's gaze selectively ignored Yi Xing and swept across the other geniuses of the younger generation with an air of arrogance. Mo Tong, I, Ing Xiangyang, will challenge you. It's time for the first place of the 10 prodigies to change hands. Just when Mo Tong thought that other than Yi Xing, the rest of the younger generation would cower under his gaze, a cold sneer sounded. The Heavenly Eagle Empire's younger generation genius, Ing Xiangyang, flew over. Last year, Ing Xiangyang was only a rising star. Later on, during the selection at the end of the year, he shocked everyone. Not only did he make it into the 10 prodigies, but he also made it into the top 5. The veteran prodigies, Yi Wuxue and Wu Yuanjing, had both been defeated by Ing Xiangyang. Now, a year had passed, and Ing Xiangyang had improved tremendously. He was already a 7-star venerable, and he actually dared to challenge Mo Tong, the number 1 prodigy. Mo Tong glanced at Ing Xiangyang with disdain and said, "Among the younger generation of the Heavenly Eagle Empire, only Ing Zhangkong is worthy of my attention and can take a few of my moves. You don't have the right to challenge me." Ing Xiangyang smiled proudly. "Ing Changkong and Yi Wuyan have already lost to me. Now it's your turn. In front of me, Ing Xiangyang, none of you are worthy of the title prodigy." In terms of age, Ing Xiangyang was 2 or 3 years younger than Mo Tong, Ing Changkong, and Yi Wuyan, but they were all 7-star venerable. In terms of potential, Ing Xiangyang was indeed more talented. When Mo Tong heard Ing Xiangyang say that Ing Changkong and Yi Wuyan had already lost to him, he was surprised. If that was true, then Ing Xiangyang would really be a formidable opponent. With Yi Xing stepping on his head, Mo Tong was already very unhappy. He could not tolerate a second prodigy of the younger generation stepping on his head. The disdain in Mo Tong's eyes faded, and it was replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. "I'm very sorry. I didn't make it big again today." Sigh. Brothers, vote for other authors. Don't vote for chocolate for now. I can't afford it. Today's energy was all attracted by the box office battle of The Return of the Great Sage. I'll definitely correct the delay tomorrow. I'll only update 3 chapters today. I won't ask for monthly votes, but I'll ask for a free recommendation ticket. Thank you. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.